Dangerously cheesy. Dangerously cheesy. Dangerously cheesy.
Ah! 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 Scree!
You are in your ideal form for this.
Scree, 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 scree. Ah!
Yep, this is right.
Yes,
right.
this is the way. Scree! Hello, I'm so normal. I'm just a regular old bat. Everything's fine. I'm normal. I'm not foaming at the mouth. I'm not running around in circles for the next week straight. I'm normal. It's okay. Hello, everybody.
Dangerously cheesy.
Yes, there's cheetahs right at my face.
You're so normal.
I'm so fucking normal. Have you ever seen a more normal looking bat?
I mean, to be fair, this is your normal see when an AFI thing is happening.
Yes, this is my natural state, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Okay, ooh, hold on. Sorry, Black Audio, I love you, but this ain't about you tonight. This ain't about you.
It's only about some of you.
Scree. Slimy J got first. I did not let her know when I hit go live. She did that naturally. It took 90 whole seconds before she did it. Y'all had time.
So I don't want to hear about favoritism or nepotism.
No, she specifically told me, don't tell me when you hit go live. And I did not. But thank you for the Cheetos, Jade, Jay, Amari, and Sundrake. Am I not a normal bat? You're so normal, Sundrake. You're not as normal as me, but you're so normal. I'm the most normal bat that currently exists. I do not have rabies. I am not contagious. You do not need to get a vaccine from me. The AFI brainworms are only a little transferable. It's pretty rare. It's very rare, considering how many people I have come into contact to in my life who I have dumped the AFI brainworms on. Not that many have been infected, okay? So you stand a good chance. There is a screen between me and you. You'll be okay. I'm so normal. So, as many people know from my Blue Sky and from my Discord, today was the day that I went into the city to listen to the new AFI album.
Dangerously
Yo, we
cheesy.
info dumping. We sure are, Nico. We sure are. I'm super normal. Everything's fine. Everything is chill. I'm not vibrating out of my skin. It just looks like I am. I'm gonna be real. I woke up today and I wasn't feeling good, and I was like 50-50, not sure if I was gonna go to the event or not. But I managed to find the energy within me. I got dressed up in my AFI shirt, well, one of many, and my AFI hoodie, and my pants with bats all over them. And I called my Uber, and I went into the city. I had enough time to go get a boba tea first. I got a rose milk boba tea.
Dangerously
And
cheesy.
then I went over to the record store, and I got there like 15 minutes early. And I had to just wander around this record store for 15 plus minutes. It turns out looking at records is not fun when you don't collect records anymore, and they all cost like $40. Like, record stores used to be like my shit. Like, especially looking at used CD bins used to be one of my favorite pastimes. I used to be a big CD collector, but I stopped collecting them a while ago. I sold a lot of my collection. I only keep my most favorite bands. So, of course, I have every AFI record that I've ever owned still. But looking for UCDs just isn't the treasure hunt that it used to be. And this place, they didn't even have a UCD bin. Like, if everything was on the shelves, if anything was pre-owned, they shrink-wrapped it and still popped a price tag on it for, like, $12.99. And I'm like, I'm not paying $12.99 for a CD that came out in 1981, you know? Like, so I tried my best to pass the time. I would just, like, fan through the records and be like, oh, look, it's Magdalena Bay. Oh, look, it's Bauhaus. Like, I really tried my best, but it just, like, it didn't have the magic that it used to have back when I was a teenager. So I was getting very, like, oh my god, can we please start the listen party? But I was told there was going to be more swag than there was. I was told there was going to be posters and buttons. There were not at my location. Other people got them. At least somebody in the UK got a poster and a button. All they had at ours were fucking matchbooks. Little black matchbooks with the logo of the album embalmed in it. Which is fine. I took one. I got one for my friend. I got one for myself. It's sitting on my shelf. It's not very exciting. Maybe it will be worth something someday. Probably not. But I entered the raffle. I did not win the raffle. When I got there, for like the time leading up to 5 o'clock, which is when it was supposed to start, there was only a few people that were noticeably there for the listen party. Now, not everybody who was there for the listen party was decked out in AFI shit like I was, but I did see at least one shirt and one hat. And I was able to recognize a couple other people who very clearly got there at the time and were wandering around waiting for the listen party to start. So there was probably about 5 of us when it started, and by the end, there was maybe about a dozen-ish people actually there for the listen party specifically. Maybe a little bit more. I wasn't sitting and counting. I was kind of in my own world. But, you know, when it was announced, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to get there like half an hour early and wait in line outside the record store, because it's like a small record store. They're not gonna be able to fit all of us, are they? Nah. Fucking nobody came out to these. Nobody wanted to go to a record store out of the way at 5 p.m. on a Thursday, except me and other possibly self-employed or unemployed freaks. But I'm really glad I went, because they put on the album. Opening track was amazing, and then the next 2 tracks were the ones that we've already heard. So I got the new opener track, and then I got like a little 7-minute rest of like songs that I'm already very familiar with. And then it was just 7 new tracks in a row. Just one after another. And I took notes. Not notes so much as I posted my live reaction in my Discord. So I have a little bit. But like, I don't want to spoil the album for people who haven't heard it yet, but there's not really much I could say that would spoil it. But I can confirm that every song fucking slaps. It rips, it fucks, whatever words that the youth will use to describe really good music. It's so fucking good. It feels like it's a little reductive just to be like, it's an 80s goth record, but like, it kind of is an 80s goth record. Like, there's more going on, of course, but some of the sounds are just like so spot on. And the main thing I'll say is like the whole album is super consistent. It flows really well. There's a good mix of instrumentation. Some songs are more bass heavy. Some songs, like every instrument has its chance to shine, which is beautiful. Several times I found myself just being like, damn, Hunter Bergen, the name of the bassist, because he in particular had a lot of moments where he shined. You know, the vocals are sadly something I couldn't really ingest at this point, because Davey Havok is very known for not being easy to decipher without having written lyrics in front of you. So I'm gonna have to wait till the album comes out next week to know what was being said in most of the songs. But there's a lot to take in when you listen to a song for the very first time, and when you listen to 7 new songs in a row with an 8th new song right before it. The main thing I can say is that the final track fucking swerved me. The last track came on, I was like, this is gonna be weird, right? This is gonna be, like, slow and droning and, like, you know, because that's what happened on the last record. But AFI would never do the same thing twice. That was foolish of me to think that. They did start the track with, like, a droning synth, because they use ambient industrial sounds like that a lot to add mood to a song. But then the songs starts proper. I think like how the bass comes in first, and then every instrument is just exploding all of a sudden. It is the closest to hardcore they've gotten, but with a fresh like coat of paint on it. Like, it doesn't sound like 90s AFI, but you can hear the spirit of their hardcore roots shining more than ever in that song. And I don't think that the people who didn't go to this listen party, who are going to be listening to the album for the first time next week, I do not think they are prepared for when that final track comes in and slaps their nuts off. like, that was the one I was just, like, reacting, like, every time it transitioned from, like, the verse into the chorus, like, my jaw was literally open, and I love that. I love that response from listening to a song for the first time. And, like, the best part is, like, yeah, I've heard these songs, but now, like, none of them, like, stuck in my head enough that I could tell you, like, how the chorus of a song goes. I just kind of have this, like, the vague imprint of, like, what the instruments sounded like, what the mood was like, what the, like, the pace of the song was like, but I couldn't tell you any hooks, I couldn't sing a chorus to you. So that, like, ghost of that is going to be bouncing around in my head like the DVD logo, for the next week. Unless a really good quality leak falls in my lap, I'm not going to be seeking out a leak. I think I can survive until next Thursday night at 12. But, I am going to be a little insane for the next week. Just thinking about how fucking badly I want to listen to this album 20 times in a row. How much I want to inject it straight into my veins. How much I want to go to a goth club and dance to every single track. I wish I had better, reference points. Like, I listen to a lot of music. I listen to a lot within the same genre umbrella of each other. So a lot of 80s goth and post-punk and dark wave and stuff like that. So, like, I know that I'm hearing bands that I'm familiar with in what they're doing, but I would need to kind of, like, go back and do comparisons to, like, properly point it out. I think, like, the number one thing I noticed is the David Bowie influence. Especially, like, Ziggy Stardust and, like, Scary Monsters and Super Creeps David Bowie. And also the Chameleons is another one that I hear a lot in, like, the use of acoustic guitar in a couple of the tracks. Which I know that they specifically mentioned Swamp Thing by the Chameleons fucking being an influence, one of many. And that's one of my favorite songs, so, like, I fucking love that for them, and I love that for me. But, yeah, I walked up to the AFI listen party with my AFI shirt, my AFI hoodie, and my bat pants, and I walked in as they were playing Days of the Phoenix. They weren't exclusively playing AFI, it was like every few songs they were playing an AFI song. They played Miss Murder, they played... Did they play this song? I think they played The Lost Souls. I think that's what kept me loitering in the store when I was, like, ready to leave. I was like, I can't leave while this song is playing. Yeah, I think it actually was this one. So, like, it was really cool. I'm really glad I left the house to do it. The one thing I will kind of complain about, and this is not a new experience, I kind of expected it to go this way, but I'm at an event for my favorite band in the world. I'm, you know, I don't want to say I'm one of their biggest fans, but I'm like, they are one of the most important things to me. I care a lot about them. I have a lot to say about them. And so I wanted to talk to people who were at this event, because if you went out of your way to go to this listen event, like, you more than likely are a pretty big fan. And there were a couple people wearing AFI merch where it was, like, obvious that they were there for that. And I tried to hit up conversation with some of these people, and they didn't want to talk. The longest conversation I had was maybe 45 seconds, and then the girl just kind of walked away and walked around the store during the rest of the listen party, and I was hoping to kind of, like, catch her on the way out, but she just walked right out of the store, like, on her phone. It sucks. It sucks to see someone in, like, the Despair Faction shirt and be like, oh my god, like, how excited are you for this? What I did is, it was during the 2 songs that we've already heard. So we had only heard 1 new song so far, and we had that, like, 7-minute break of stuff that's already been released. And I was like, man, this is so hard. Like, they hit us with the ones we know, and then we have to listen to 7 songs in a row. Like, I'm gonna, like, be nuts about this. And, like, she was like, oh yeah, like, I had friends that, like, you know, I wanted to bring to this, but they couldn't come, so I'm gonna have no one to talk to about it. I was like, same! Like, I have friends who wanted to go but couldn't, so I'm gonna just have to, like, hold this for the next week. And so I thought maybe after the album was done playing that we could talk about it, but nope, missed that opportunity. I went up to somebody in a Black Audio shirt, be like, oh my god, I had that exact Black Audio shirt growing up, and I haven't thought about it in years. And they were just like, yeah, I got it at Hot Topic for that one album. I was like, Bright Black Heaven. And they're like, yeah. And then they, like, turned away. And they went back to their business in line. And then there was another group of people that, like, a song ended, and I was like, fuck, that was really good to them. And they just didn't even acknowledge me. So, like, this is not a new experience when it comes to going to AFI things. I mean, I have tried to mingle with people at concerts before too, and it just never really, like, forms lasting connections. And it sucks because I wanna make more friends who are, you know, insane about this thing I'm insane about, but people don't really want to be social, or maybe not social with me specifically. I don't know. You know, one guy went up to the girl in the Despair Faction shirt to talk about her shirt, but then, like, I was sitting right there with my merch and had nothing to say about that, and I was like, okay, alright. So, it sucks. It sucks how, like, not social people are. Like, I also had this problem, because I went to the Twin Tribes concert by myself back in May, and I told myself, I'm gonna go and try to, like, mingle with people. I'm gonna try to, like, talk to people about, like, this goth music, and, like, maybe find some people to dance with, or who are excited about this. And I was in the ADA section because I, you know, wanted to play it safe with my chronic pain, and I was surrounded by, like, men in their 50s who were all just talking to each other or on their phones, and I didn't find any opportunities to, like, approach anybody. And that's partially on me for not being more proactive, but it was just, like, I felt very just, like, iced out and just, like, surrounded by, like, you know, people sucked into their phones. So I ended up not making any, you know, conversation even a little bit. The closest I got was a teenager and her mom needed me to, like, move out of the way to get to and from their seat, and I don't even think they spoke to me much. I mainly overheard their conversation with each other. So, like, I don't know, I just, like, I spent all of my 20s and my teens and 20s being the most socially anxious person, and I'm, like, in my 30s, and finally I'm like, I just want to say fuck it and not care if I, like, screw up a social interaction. But, like, what do you do if, like, you're, like, you approach them, you have stuff to say, and then they say something, like, turn away? Like, you know, like, I don't know how to come back from that. I don't know how to cope with, like, being iced out after initiating for the first time. Kiri says, I also hate when people don't socialize on events that are meant for socialize. And, like, people were there to listen to the album, so I was trying not to talk during the album for the most part. But I did kind of, like, I hung around for a little bit after it was over, hoping that some people would want to, like, stand around and talk about what we just heard. Like, especially, like, the closing track, I wanted to get people's, like, vibes on how they felt about it. And I couldn't get people to, I guess, I don't know, like want to talk to me for more than one sentence. Maybe I'm just bad at this. I don't know. But at least I have my internet friends, and I have you all who I can hold hostage. Kiri and Nico and Bruce, thank you all for the Cheetos. Meanwhile, I have no problems at K-pop events. That's nice. Maybe it's just, like, the kind of stuff I'm into attracts introverts. AFI and goth is feels like an introvert-heavy kind of hobby. So that's what I kind of feel like, especially because I missed out on AFI's, like, heyday. I was not in the fandom proper during their height of popularity. I joined the fandom. Like, I started listening to them in 2006, but I wasn't really, like, active in the fandom until 2009. And that was the record where a lot of people fell off. That was the record where they are on a new label, they were not being advertised, they changed their sound, people were complaining about it. And meanwhile, I was, like, 14, 15 years old, and I was having a fucking blast. I loved Crash Club. I loved my first shows. But people talk about those shows, and they're like, yeah, the crowd wasn't into it. Meanwhile, my memory of that show is, like, I had the fucking time of my life. I was, like, screaming along to every word. But other people had a different experience with that era of AFI. That was, like, for a lot of people, they didn't like the 2006 album, which was commercially big, but it did fracture the fandom. And then when the 2009 album came around, it was, like, really divisive. Like, not a lot of people were into it when it came out. I was, like, one of the weird exceptions, because I was young, and it was informative on my music taste and all that. So, like, it's always been difficult with where I entered the fandom. I missed out on the fan club boards. They used to have a forum that was very active, and I joined the fan club, like, the year that the forums basically more or less died. And I've, posted on my social media for years about the band, and it almost never attracts anybody to talk about it. Whenever I bring it up in, like, IRL settings, people are usually like either who, or they go, oh, the Miss Murder guys, with, like, derision. So, and like, I used to, like, get, like, made fun of for this kind of shit. So, like, I got backed into a corner of, like, oh, no one wants to hear me ramble about this thing that I care about, so I'm just gonna, like, shut the fuck up. And, that also hindered me for years on top of my really bad social anxiety. And now finally, like I said, like, I'm here, I'm queer, I want to yell about how good AFI are and how much they mean to me, and people are just not very socially open. Like, it's not even just introvertedness, it's just, like, how kind of isolated we've all become, especially since COVID started. Ymir says, I kind of feel you on that one. Kind of like how I'm one of the few people in my orbit that is deeply concerned by the fact that rattlesnakes are getting deadlier. Well, I have not heard this. Thank you for the Cheeto, Ymir. And hi, Shy. Thank you for the Cheeto. So yeah, I mean, so I have a couple friends that I've met online in more recent years because I have opened myself up more to commenting on things and following people on, like, Tumblr and whatever. So I have some Tumblr mutuals who, at least one of them I have seen or two of them I've seen at a couple shows. And then I have one of my best friends, Raven, who I met because of the AFI Discord server, which I was the founder of, but nobody remembers I'm the founder of it because I left and then I came back later. So I will not go down in history books as the founder of the AFI Discord server, but I know. And then I also have friends who I get to be the one who introduces them. Like, Amari and Nisa have gotten more into AFI because of my constant yelling. And it feels really good to finally, like, have people who, like, connect with it after I show them it. Because, I always go into talking about AFI and trying to show people their music with, like, first of all, they have so many different sounds. So I might show you one song and you might not be into it, but there might be different stuff from different eras that we don't get around to that you might like more, or maybe you just don't jive with any other stuff, because that's also fair. A lot of people do not find Davey Havok's voice to be appealing. I don't understand it myself, but I respect it. So I've always gone into it understanding, like, this band is not for everybody, and I'm fine with that. But it does stink when, like, you want to be surrounded by fellow fans and they just, like, don't want to let you in, So it's, we're navigating, this weird space of not really having physical local scenes like there used to be. To the point that, like, even Davey Havok himself has spoken on, like, the lack of community in, like, the music scene in more recent years. But at the end of the day, we have the music. We do have people who connect with it. It might just not be, everyone might have their own reasons, or maybe they're only a fan of a certain era. I certainly have run into that before. I still remember how excited I was to run into a guy who had the Art of Drowning album art tattooed on his leg while I was waiting at the barbecue joint, and I, like, approached him about it. I was like, oh my god, like, I love your tattoo, they're my favorite band. And he literally was like, oh, well, I stopped listening to them after that album. Like, they fell off after Sing the Sorrow. I'm like, shit, okay, that sucks. I don't want to talk to people who think that AFI sold out at Sing the Sorrow. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. You know, we can all have our own opinions about it, but I do not need to entertain the very, very critical crowd who has not let go of the fact that this band decided to change their sound and still feel personally wounded by it 30 years later. Let me catch up on chat here. Oh, Kiri, best of luck at work. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the Cheeto, Yamano. Ymir says rattlesnakes are slowly losing their preventative rattle, basically because we keep killing the ones that rattle to warn us not to get any closer. The ones that are reproducing are the ones that don't rattle and just bite first, resulting in the species as a whole slowly losing its rattle and getting deadlier. Selective adaptation. Yikes. Yeah, that does sound concerning. Hi, Mac. Wait, Shy, you had cornbread for the first time? For real? Oh no, my boop. Hold on. Ah! There I am. Ah! Thank you. Sorry, I was not in place. I had to levitate and vibrate over in the center here. Wait till peeps realize that coral snake antivenom isn't kept on hand because of how rare bites are. So if you get bit, there's almost a 0% chance that the hospital will have the treatment. Oof! Yeah, that sounds bad. Yikes. Alright, I'm gonna come back over here. So, far be it from me to just ramble at a brick wall for hours. I figured I'll make this a little bit more visually interesting. I'm gonna start by going through every one of AFI's music videos. Starting with their first music video in 1996, going all the way up through the current videos. This way, for those of you who have not listened to AFI or only know one or two songs, I can kind of give you a sampler platter of how their sound evolved chronologically and how their look evolved chronologically. So, we're gonna sit down for a little MTV session for, God, I guess it'll take about an hour, maybe. I don't know the exact number of how many music videos they have, but let's see. Do I have a playlist? Is this playlist accurate? It's not in order. It is not in order. Why does it have I Heard a Voice? Those aren't... Okay, this is just AFI videos, not AFI music videos. Okay, I'll probably have to do these one by one, but that's okay. I'm insane enough that I know all of their videos in chronological order. But, to give you the little rundown of the band, and this is not the first time I've done this, by the way. For those of you who remember 2 years ago, in 2023, I think, yes, because that was the 20th anniversary. In 2023, AFI did this really big concert in LA. It was for like a sold out crowd at the Kia Forum for like 14,000 people, and it was the 20th anniversary of Sing the Sorrow, which we'll talk about. It's one of their biggest albums. It was their breakthrough album. Well, sort of, yeah. It was their major label debut, we'll say. And I did a stream similar to this where I rambled about the band for hours. So real ones who remember that, you're getting a refresher. For anyone new here, I get to start from the beginning. So AFI formed in 1991 when they were teenagers, when they were in high school, and they were just playing, shitty punk songs. They actually, basically none of them knew how to play instruments when they formed. They were just like, we want to do hardcore punk. And what do you do if you want to do hardcore punk? You just fucking learn by doing. And they were in this small town, Ukiah, California. Not a lot else to do there. They would travel down to the city, 2 hours south, go to the East Bay, to go to shows, but, they were primarily playing up in their hometown for a while, and they released some EPs, they, did, a couple splits with other bands, and around, 1993 or 1994, they were ready to call it quits, because they were not financially viable. Several of the members were going to college. It was just kind of too much to be going to school and having a band at the same time, and they didn't think that people cared about them. So they were ready to throw in the towel. They decided to do a farewell show, and it was at the farewell show that, they had a really good turnout, 200 plus kids, which is a big deal for this small town and this unknown band. but there was like some dudes in another band who like stopped them backstage and was like, you can't give this up. Like, if you quit, I'm gonna fucking hate you. Like, so the turnout was enough to convince them that the band did matter, and they quit school and they decided to devote fully to AFI. So in 1995, they released their first full-length record, which is called Answer That and Stay Fashionable. There are no videos from that album. So we are going to go into their second album, which came out only 1 year later, called Very Proud of Ya. And this was their very first music video. It has a budget of like $3.50. And so you'll get to see baby punk Davey Havoc thrashing around in a car. You'll see. You'll see. Kaisi says, hi, hope you're having a wonderful day. I am, Kaisi. I am full of cheese and full of AFI. So I got boba tea today. I had a crepe today. I listened to the new AFI record for the first time. And now I'm here full of cheese, full of hot dog, and full of the desired info dump for as long as my voice will allow me. You're sad for the AFI lore? Hell yeah. Speaking of AFI lore, if anyone here is actually somehow interested in listening to the lead singer Davey Havoc speak for 4 hours straight, there was a podcast out called the Hard Lore Podcast, and they interviewed him, and they split it up into 2 parts. Part 1 came out last week, and part 2 just came out today. I've only listened to about 25 minutes of the second half. I really want to get back to it, but I'm not going to put you guys through that on stream. I will finish that in my own time. But much like we are going through chronologically talking about AFI, they also went chronologically. So they went album by album and asked him specific questions, and we got some like new information out of it and some interesting stories. I also highly recommend Davey Havoc's Substack blog, which is $6.66 a month because he can't help but be a little demonic freak. But there's also like really interesting stories that come from those Substack blogs. So if I can remember any that are relevant as we go through, I'll bring them up. But there's so much in those. It's been going for almost 2 years now. So yeah, but let's just get into the music video so you can see what early AFI was like. Ah! Loud. Thank you, AFINewsHQ.com. Look at his little lip ring, look at his little lollipop. Wet. That's a moist lad. He's so wet. We've got a problem. I've got a problem. So that's obviously the band. That's Adam Carson on the far left. The other 2 members, they are not with the band and have not been with the band for a long time. This is one of the only ones that they appear in. Which we'll get into that, too. He's so wet and bloody. I really am excited for y'all who are not familiar with Davey Havoc's multiple, like, cocoons and emerging as a completely new person. The style evolution is just as interesting as the sound evolution. Deceit. Oh, they're stabbing him. Oh, they're stabbing him. Oh, he's so stabbed. He's so red. Oh, they're shooting him! This is overkill! This is overkill, guys. And this video is cool because you get to see what like an actual AFI concert looked like in that time. Hardcore shows in the 90s with AFI were fucking like physically brutal. Like, people constantly getting injured, including the band themselves. Crowd surfing, running up on stage, like, moshing, everything you can think of. Got leftovers and gunning for more? Hell yeah, Shy. We got some leftover mac and cheese I'm gonna be thinking about, but I'm so full of cheese right now. So, they did the second album, and then the third album came out another year later. So 95, 96, and 97 all had new albums. That's like a lot of bands that just start out, they seem to have that really breakneck pace. But there was a decent amount of change in the sound going from the second to third album. Like, the first to the second album, they sounded very similar. The second album sounded more polished than the first. The second album does suffer from the fact that it's like 22 tracks long and like so many of them sound the same that I couldn't even tell you the names of all the songs and tell them apart from one another. I think Third Season was the next music video. So this is from their third album, Shut Your Mouth and Open Your Eyes, in 1997. I think we have had one small lineup change. So AFI was founded by the drummer Adam Carson, the vocalist Davey Havoc, and if I'm not mistaken, I want to say Mark Stopheles and Jeff Kresge, who were the the bassist and the guitarist. And I don't remember which one's which off the top of my head right now. In 1997, I believe the bassist left. I can't remember if Hunter Bergen played on the album or joined the band right after the album released and then was like in the music videos and on the tour. I want to say it's that. I want to say it's that part. But this is around the time that Hunter Bergen, their bassist, joins, and he's still with the band. So we have one lineup change going into this album. Guess I can increase the size on this one a little bit. It's not good quality. These are not good quality. The quality will pick up after Days of the Phoenix, but Days of the Phoenix is not good quality either. Caduceus, how are you so well timed with that? I know you have stream delay, but literally your message until the fall comes appeared as he was saying it. That was insane. Welcome in. Look at this fucking ice cream truck. Glad to be here. Well, welcome. You're gonna love what's on the menu tonight. It's nothing but AFI info dumping, baby. Unless I get worn out and I start doing art at some point, but we got some time. Why is the channel called Blank TV? I have no clue. I don't even know what this channel is. The first couple AFI videos are not officially uploaded. The kids are banding together to say, fuck the ice cream man. Blank TV was an old indie punk channel? Okay. I wonder what, like, the rights to these videos are. I mean, because this is Nitro Records. And AFI does not have a good relationship with Nitro Records. They have not for a long time. Oh, it's so weird seeing Hunter Bergen with the full head of hair. Also, how's the music sound? Is it good? I'm trying not to talk too much over the videos.
Dangerously
But I hope the sounds are balanced. So, yeah, so this video is still very much within line of their origins as being hardcore punks who liked skateboarding and were stuck in suburbia and, you know, etc. Hi, Cena. Thank you for the Cheeto. Yeah, so Caduceus, if you weren't here when I rambled about it, new album, simply put, it fucks. New album, front to back, fucking incredible. Hold on to your ass when the final track hits. That's all I'm gonna say. The final track was not what I was expecting in a beautiful way. Like, I don't think people are ready for it. Because I was just standing there with my jaw dropped. But it's fucking incredible. I wish I had better words to talk about how good it is and in what ways it's good, but there are far more skilled people who are actually musicians who know what they're talking about. All I can say, it fucks. That's all I'm gonna say. It does the coitus, front to back. Exactly. Yeah, I'm leaving it in as vague terms as possible, but, you know, obviously coming from the most biased source you could be hearing it, I had high expectations and they were exceeded. We'll just say that. Which again is not new. I feel like I say that every time. But alright, so that was the only video from Shut Your Mouth and Open Your Eyes. I think after Shut Your Mouth was the AFI EP, the A Fire Inside EP specifically, which doesn't have any videos. And then Black Sails in the Sunset doesn't have any music videos either, does it? It goes right to Total Immortal next, right? I think so. They didn't get too many music videos back in this time, but so they did the A Fire Inside EP, which is when they finally officially decided that that's what the band stands for, because it used to not stand for any one specific thing. AFI could stand for a bunch of fucking idiots. AFI could stand for asking for it. AFI could stand for Anthems for Insubordinates. There was a couple. But they finally decided on A Fire Inside as the official one in like 1998-ish. Well, actually, probably earlier, because 1997, the Shut Your Mouth album that we just listened to the single from, that the opening track on that album is called Keeping Out of Direct Sunlight, and the opening line is, "We are the ones with the radiating eyes, we are the ones who have a fire inside." So I think that's when they were like, that's it. That's the one. Their first single with a video was Days of the Phoenix. Yeah, because Art of Drowning was the first album they did that actually charted. So they did Black Sails in the Sunset, which is an incredible album that I wish we had more video to talk of, but, you know, that's fine. It's an incredible record. That is when their guitarist changed. So that is when Jade Puget joined the band. And Jade Puget had been hanging around AFI for their entire existence. He played in a band called Loose Change, I believe. And he was a very skilled guitarist, and they all knew each other. You know, they were all from the same town. And when the guitarist for the band left, and there was that opening, they were like, guys, can we get Jade? And he said yes, and he joined. And he immediately wanted to push the band in a more melodic direction, because they had kind of gotten a little less melodic on their third album. And so he was like, I want to bring the melody back to AFI. And Davey was like, yes. And the first time they sat down to write a song together, they fucking wrote Malleus Maleficarum, which is an incredible song. And they wrote banger after banger. And that album is a lot of people's favorites. A lot of people still look to Black Sails as the pinnacle of AFI. I think AFI went further with other albums, but I do have a lot of love for Black Sails, and it is special in that it's the first album with the modern lineup. So from 1999 onwards, there has been no band members who left. They are all friends, they all get along. If they have fights, they are dealt with. There's been no known drama with these guys for over 25 years now, which is kind of fucking incredible. Hi, Triple G, thank you for the Cheeto. I took my SATs at the high school they attended because my town was too small. Whoa, that's a fun fact. Does the high school actually, like, give a shit that they came from there? Do they, like, have, like, a thing being like, oh, we're the high school that AFI went to? Like, do they actually care? Like, the high school that housed Green Day? No idea. I took it when they were barely out. I'm old. Shit, you were just a few years off from taking it alongside them. Fuck. That's hella cool, though. Their B-side for Days of the Phoenix being A Winter's Tale was wild. Yeah. Yeah, AFI with the curse of some of their best songs being hidden as B-sides. We almost have to thank Nitro Records for letting us have A Winter's Tale, because like, as much as like Nitro Records treated AFI like shit, and people like they still won't speak about it. Like, Davey Havoc kept on getting prodded about it during this 4-hour podcast that just came out, and he still is like, I don't want to go into it. It's not a good look for them. So he's doing it to spare the drama being placed on the record label, and by association the owner of the record label, Dexter Holland from The Offspring. But the record label made it very difficult for them when they wanted to move on to bigger things, and they released a compilation album without AFI's permission and included a couple B-side tracks. And I've mentioned this before, I bought that album at a Best Buy in like 2009, and that was my introduction to everything before Sing the Star. Everything before 2003, the first things I heard were on that compilation album. And, like, to its credit, it did introduce a lot of kids to that era of AFI. I went from not really knowing about their history to being like, oh, now I have all these albums that I need to look out for when I go to the record store. Because this is, I was too young to, like, online shop and get them myself yet. And my parents hated online shopping, so I had to, like, actually go to the store and look for these things. And there was A Winter's Tale on there, which had previously not been very accessible. It was only on a single, so not a lot of people had heard it, because this was the year 2000. So, like, I'll give them credit for that, but they shouldn't have done that. That they did not have the permission. Sucks. Dexter Holland makes a shockingly great hot sauce called Gringo Bandito. I mentioned this due to your love of spicy food. No, thank you. Going to a store in person? What is this, the Dark Ages? Dude, I almost didn't want to leave my house today. I'm gonna be real. I woke up, I'm like, do I want to go into the city and stand around a bunch of people? And I did, and I even tried to socialize, and they were just not having it. Nobody wanted to really actually mingle. Whatever. I got my boba tea. I got my crepe. I've got the AFI album bouncing around in my head for the next week, driving me nuts. Hi, Triple G. Hi, I hope you're doing well. I'm too well right now. I'm insane right now in a good way. Anyways, so they did Black Sails. It was amazing. Fans loved it. It didn't chart, but that didn't matter. They were, like, blowing up in their scene. And then they were like, tee-hee, can we make a Halloween-themed EP, please? Tee-hee-hee, can we release 4 songs that are themed around Halloween because we love Halloween? And the record label was like, that doesn't sound good. We don't want to do that. And then they did it anyway. They pushed for it, and they got it. And you know what we got from it? We got one of the best EPs fucking ever. One of the best run of 4 tracks. Including The Boy Who Destroyed the World, which, for anyone who played Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, you might know. And this next track, which is one of AFI's, like, defining tracks. Like, if someone asked me to make a playlist of, like, 10 AFI songs that show off their style, Total Immortal has to be there. Like, bar none. So, they had their shitty shoestring budget, and they did this black and white video, Halloween-themed. Davey in his little pleather suit. The pumpkins in the background. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, lay down on the grave dirt. Grunder had a meatball sub. Hell yeah. Love a meatball sub. Whoa. There's classic gang vocals, those classic whoa-ohs. They're so hooky. They're so catchy. The bass line on this song, so fucking good.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, TJ. I will answer chat more after the song's over. Also note that this is the, like, true beginning of Davey Havok's goth phase. It's not a phase, but he kind of has a era where he gets especially gothy, and then he drops the spookiness little by little. So this video is required autumnal watching for me every year. I mean, the whole EP, it's 4 songs. It's 4 songs, right? It's Total Immortal, which is about, like talking about undead. There's The Boy Who Destroyed the World, which is a Tony Hawk classic. There's Fall Children, which sounds like it's about spooky kids in the fall, but it's actually secretly about vegans and straight edge kids. But it can have dual meanings. And then it's a cover of Halloween by the Misfits, which some are claiming that AFI, quote-unquote, Johnny Cashed the Misfits, if people know what that means. When Johnny Cash covered Nine Inch Nails' Hurt, Trent Reznor went on to say that's his song now. Johnny Cash did Hurt better than I did. So to use Johnny Cashed as a verb is to take a song, cover it, and your cover be more important than the original. That is how a lot of people feel about AFI's cover of Halloween, and I'm inclined to agree because I've felt this way personally. Almost every cover version of a Misfits song I prefer over the original. Maybe I'm blasphemous for that, but that's how I felt. Because cover of Astro Zombies by My Chemical Romance, the cover of Teenagers from Mars from The Network, the cover of Die Die My Darling by Aiden. Unfortunately, I don't listen to Aiden anymore for reasons. There's so many good covers of Misfits songs. Alright, let me catch up on chat here. I have a couple minutes before ad break hits. What did Char have for dinner? Char had mac and cheese with hot dogs sliced up in it. Because I was feeling it. I was feeling indulgent. So it was a nice, simple dinner that just hit hard. Kadusha says, my retirement dream, getting a condo in a high-rise with a great view and getting everything delivered. When people mention Howard Hughes going old and going insane and locking himself in a penthouse as a cautionary tale, I view it as aspirational. TJ, thank you for the Cheeto. Triple G, I'm gonna get the hydrate on my ad break because I actually just finished my water right before I press play on that video, but I'm gonna go get a fresh water bottle in a moment. Cheese toe. The main era of Hunter looking like Billy Idol and Sting. You're not wrong. You're really not wrong. His spiky bleach blonde hair era, like, it's a vibe, but I'm so not used to it because I got into AFI in 2006. So the blonde Hunter sightings are so archival to me. TJ says, I listened to MSI, Foxtide, Slaughter to Prevail, and System of a Down. Not even I as a metalhead knows what's going on. Is there an all-girl cover band of the Misfits called the Misfits? There's a song by the Horror Pops, if I'm not mistaken, called Misfit. We got a pronoun roll call, so everybody feel free to share if you would like. As usual, I am a they, them creature, and wife who is so politely putting up with my info dump in the background there is a she, her. Maybe you're blasphemous, but we dig blasphemy here. Blasphemy in excess, as Davey Havoc would say. I'm sure that song is denouncing blasphemy in excess. Maybe it's denouncing excess, but promoting blasphemy. I don't know. I truly don't know what he said in these new songs. I could not decipher. I think there was like one chorus that was simple enough that I heard the words, and I can't even remember what the words were now. So, I'm not even gonna remember these songs by the time I listen to them again. But, we are about to be having an ad break, so I'm gonna get up and grab a water, and we will continue our trip through the evolutions of AFI, watching them through music videos, and me being insane. Which, thank you. Thank you for giving me a platform to be insane. Everything changed when the fire gender attacked. Gender water, yes, excellent. I used to say my gender is spooky. My gender is just a fat ghost Pokemon. A lot of people say that Gengar looks similar enough to gender, so people say my gender is Gengar. But alright, I'm gonna hit you with, let's see. Wow, there's a lot of not AFI songs coming up in this. That's fine. You can listen to a little black audio as a treat. I'll be back.
Dangerously cheesy.
Scree, welcome back. Hi, Vivi. Thank you for the Cheeto. Welcome back from ad break. I now have a water, so now I will now do Triple G's Hydrate Redeem. Oh shit, you didn't get ads for some reason? Well, enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the tunes I left you with. I almost always try to take a BRB during ads. It's especially good on art nights because it gets me to actually like get up and stretch. And it's good on yap nights, too, because it gives me a few minutes to not yap and drink water. But I try my best to not make ads too intrusive. But, okay, back to yap territory. So, this was the All Hallows EP. Haha, silly little 4 songs about Halloween. It's beautiful. It's necessary autumnal listening. First wife smooch. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for thinking about my wife. And after this, they released their 5th album in 2000 called The Art of Drowning. They're still with their same record label with Nitro Records, which is not a major label. It's a bigger label than the original one they were on, but it's not a major label. But despite that, they managed to chart at like 170 something. My audio cut out for a sec. Well, hopefully it's good now. I didn't see anything. I'm just not like hanging out of the slot. I'll keep an eye on that. Let me know if it gets weird again. But they managed to have their little punk band chart on the Billboard Top 200, which was like kind of a big deal at the time. Like 174 doesn't sound like, you know, weird. It clicked. Oh, you might have heard the door close, because our door was open and then the cat was being weird outside, so Jade closed the door. I wonder if it was that. But so Art of Drowning was actually doing really well, and we got 1 single from it with 1 music video. Sadly, the music video is not good quality. I don't know who has the rights to this music video. The beeping is part of the video. I don't know about stream lagging, because I have 0 dropped frames, so that might be a connection issue on the other end. As you can see, we have gotten Gother. Shiny pants. Good bass again. By the way, this video directed by Mark Webb, who has done a lot of big music videos and went on to make, you know, big movies. If I'm not mistaken, did Mark Webb do Spider-Man? Or am I thinking of someone else? I might be thinking of Sam Raimi.
Sam Raimi did Spider-Man.
I gotta look up what Mark Webb did now. I got it. So this song wasn't like a hit, but like it got radio play. And they sold like thousands of copies of this album. He did do the second Spider-Man, the 2012 Spider-Man.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Ivy. Welcome to the info dump zone. Wahahaha.
Dangerously cheesy.
Thank you for the Cheeto. No, not mobile Twitch. So, another video that very much was just like, this is what an AFI concert's kind of like, but with less rowdy kids.
Dangerously cheesy.
Mobile sucks. Mobile does suck. I have an idea for the Cheeto. It launches to a random person on stream and they have to eat a Cheeto, single Cheeto. No, this is for me though. My cheese. Hi, Nexus. Welcome in. So, this was AFI's last independent release, and it was at this time that they were starting to be approached by a bunch of major labels. They did not want to talk to most of the major labels. They hated talking to A&R guys. I actually just learned this today. They got tricked into talking to the A&R guy that they ended up getting wooed by for DreamWorks Record, because Davey thought that he was a guy from Jimmy Eat World. Whoever Rick from Jimmy Eat World is, that's who Davey thought he was talking to, and then it was, oopsie, this is actually an A&R guy who wants to sign you. But it turns out that they like this A&R guy. He was good. He actually, like, went to bat for AFI. So, AFI signed to the major label, and they did their first big record with Sing the Sorrow. So this is where we're going to see budget. We're going to see music videos that actually were on MTV quite a lot back in the day. We're gonna hear the sound be a lot more polished. There's been a little bit of change in the few songs that we've heard here, but now, like, we're really gonna start seeing different sounds. All rock at their core, all, punk influence at their core, but Sing the Sorrow is a lot more complex of a record than anything they ever did. It took them, like, 6 months to record. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the lurk, Nexus. Yes, and I'm speaking of MTV back when you could actually open up MTV and watch music videos. Back when there was multiple channels of MTV. There was MTV2. There was, I think, another one, too. I don't remember the name of it. Back when Fuse TV was a thing. So MTV still exists, but it's as mangled as ever, as far as I'm aware. They do the VMAs, and that's about it when it comes to music. But this is back in the early mid-2000s, where reality shows were starting to take over MTV, but they still had a decent amount of music videos. I mean, literally, TRL, seeing AFI's Love Like Winter premiere on TRL was the moment that I became a fan. So, like, MTV actually introduced me to this band formally. Like, I had heard them before, but TRL was the moment where I saw them with a new music video. I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. I love this. MTV is just about interviews and stuff last I checked. It's mostly shows. It's mostly, like, comedy shows and reality shows, as far as I'm aware. There's that, like, silent library show, stuff like that. That's been, I mean, Teen Mom, they've been milking Teen Mom for fucking years. But, so we're gonna move on to AFI's first big break. They kind of had two big breaks. They had a big break in 2003, and then they had a bigger break in 2006. So the opening... Wait, that's in the opening single. Girls Not Crazy, the opening single. I know this now. I know a little more about the order of things that happened, even though I was too young for this. So the first time I heard AFI was actually around 2003. It was when they were, getting big originally. Goodbye, TJ. Have a good night. So, I definitely heard a couple AFI songs back in 2003, but they didn't catch me enough to, like, have me do anything. This is, like, I was too young to, like, go look up music on the internet that I had heard on TV. I was just kind of at the whims of whatever the radio was playing me. I mean, in 2003, my biggest interests in music were Avril Lavigne and Good Charlotte, and I still was listening to, like, Britney Spears and whatever they put on the Now That's What I Call Music CDs. I was really at the whims of the radio until around the time I got into Green Day, which was at the tail end of elementary school for me. And then it was going into middle school that I got into My Chemical Romance and then AFI all around, like, the same time. So, I wasn't here for this album. I was a little too young, but this did still imprint on me enough that when I discovered it again a few years later, I was like, oh my god, I remember these songs. Like, these were so cool. Britney Spears for Fears? Oh man, can we please? That would be an amazing mashup. Hearing this on the radio was wild. AFI was just our little small town weirdo band. Yeah, like, it's really looking back at their whole career, it is crazy that they got as big as they did. And then they went into as obscurity as they kind of have. Like, they have a, you know, to overuse the word cult following, they have a cult following. But it's really wild, the up and down that they've had. And, like, I don't want to say they're on it down, but in terms of, like, people knowing who they are, people being like, oh, AFI still makes records, I still hear that all the fucking time. Ivy says, I think my first memory of pop music was Backstreet Boys and Spice Girls. I didn't like either. See, Ivy, my first memory of pop music was Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, and Britney Spears, and I liked all three of them. I had Britney Spears on cassette. I had NSYNC and Backstreet Boys on CD. I think there was a collaboration that NSYNC and Britney Spears did, and it was on, like, a small disc, like an EP, and I think I had that. And I also... one of my first albums was Now That's What I Call Music 6, featuring, let's see, Now That's What I Call Music 6. Let's see, what are some of the hit tracks from the American That's What I Call Music? Stronger by Britney Spears was on that. Bye 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 by NSYNC. Like, those were very
Dangerously
important to me as a 5-year-old. Independent Woman by Destiny's Child, Around the World, in parentheses, La 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 by ATC, frickin' Beautiful Day by U2. I loved U2. I loved Beautiful Day, and I loved Vertigo. Hi, Jay. Thank you for the Cheeto. Welcome to the info dump zone. We are talking music. I believe it or not, I am talking about AFI. I'm just taking a little pop music detour to talk about what I was actually listening to in 2003, because I wasn't cool and I didn't listen to AFI much until 2006. It's only a cult following in that their fan base is rabidly devoted, and all the human sacrifice. Ivy says, I was more of a Red Hot Chili Peppers kid. Bye, Cubed. Cheesy Lurk, thank you. Oh yeah, not the R. Kelly. Coldplay. I liked Coldplay back then. Fucking With Arms Wide Open by Creed. Oh, and Backstreet Boys is on this one too. Yeah. So Britney Spears, NSYNC, and Backstreet Boys were, like, 3 of my first musical interests. And then I ended up here. So we're gonna get off the pop music tangent and talk about pop rock. This is Girls Not Grey, as you can see. So we actually get, like, a plot now. Well, there's a plot in He Who Laughs Last. I really like Drops of Jupiter by Train, Ivy. I liked that song. We get anime Alice in Wonderland. Let's fucking go. So some of you might recognize this song, because it did get pretty decent play. Oh, we got the lyrics on the bottom too. Excellent. Yep, we've got blue-haired anime girl chasing after this blue rabbit. And the band are in the magical world, and they're also creepy shadows hanging out in an alleyway. I didn't even mention the girl walking through Jay Puget's crotch. The crotch portal. How could I forget to mention the crotch portal? Do you guys see those arm warmers? Do you recognize those at all? Do you recognize that white and red striped arm warmer from anybody? I found where the good music was coming from. Yes. Also, can we talk about how much Davey Havok grew his hair out in that 3-year span? Long-haired 2003 Davey Havok is, like, so many people's gender envy. So many people's gender change because of this era of Davey Havok. Adam holding it down, as always. Yes, this is a wonderful place for Adam to shine. The bunny's like, hey, see those dipshits over there? Oh no, she's disappearing! She's become with all erased! Oh my god, Battle Angel Alita look. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So, like, so much fun that they have a budget now. So much fun. Now, another a fun fact I have just learned literally in the past week is that Girls Not Grey was their first single for Sing the Sorrow, and it did really well. It did a little too well on one radio station. The label, the A&R guy, I think the band themselves, they all wanted to do Bleed Black for the second single. I mean, the band kind of didn't really care. I think the band was more like, yeah, like, if you think that's the one that's going to do well, we'll do it. They wanted to do the song Bleed Black, which is a very hooky song, not too dissimilar from Girls Not Grey. The A&R guy described it as, like, it would have been the bridge between Girls Not Grey into Silver and Cold. But what happened is there was a radio station who was playing Girls Not Grey like 60 times a day, and they were like, we need to play something else. And without consulting the label, they were like, we're gonna put on Leaving Song Part 2. And they started playing it, and then that, you know, it started reaching audiences. It's what they call in the industry researching. So it's like reaching people, and they're getting input on whether the single is good or not. And it was doing good enough that they're like, well, shit, I guess we're releasing Leaving Song Part 2 as the next single. I wish you were taking requests. I found some great music, but it's all Japanese. Well, Ivy, I am in Info Dump Zone tonight, but on any other night, I can take requests. You can also put links in the Discord and not spend a single channel point. But if you want me to react to something on stream, you can catch me, like, any night that I'm doing art. But I am laser focused tonight. I have a purpose. There's links. There's a music channel. There's a music sharing channel, the record player. You can share music links there. Spotify, YouTube, whatever. And, like, if you specifically have one that you're like, I think Char would like this, I will check it out. I don't always get to check out everything that gets posted there, but I try. Sometimes I'm a couple weeks late, but I try my best. Like, there was an album posted there last night, and I ended up listening to all of it because I was doing art. Enjoy your lurk, Vivi. So, this was not meant to be the second single, but they did it. And then on top of that, the music video, they decided to use the budget to fly in a bunch of hardcore kids from different cities. And they played them like Hatebreed and other hardcore bands and had them like freaking mosh to actual hardcore stuff. People got injured at this shoot. It's a very interesting vibe to go with for their second MTV music video, but I will play this. This song in particular was the one that stuck with me when I was younger, and then when I found it in 2006, I was like, oh my god, it's this song! So this was actually kind of my first taste of AFI. Love you, Vivi. Hey, All American Rejects, can you leave? Thank you. It's like advertising in the corner. So you've got the band in tuxedos, and you've got a bunch of hardcore kids basically beating the shit out of each other. Spin kicking and everything. And yes, he speaks Spanish in this song. I do not remember what it means. Oh, we did this little spin kick. They're all spin kicking. So, like, not a very poppy song. A fairly hardcore song. Like, I mean, like, the ending is just a sustained yell. The video being hardcore kids, like, it's surprising that it went as far as it did, I feel. I mean, like, if we look at, like, the view count on the videos, Girls Not Grey, you do not need to autoplay. Girls Not Grey has 16 million, and Leaving Star Part 2 has 10 million, and then Silver and Cold, which is the final video from Sing the Star, has 20 million. So Silver and Cold is the biggest one out of the three. Not by, like, a ton, but by enough. Come on. Okay. So, the label thought that Silver and Cold was going to be, like, the big one, and I couldn't tell you, because I have a very different experience growing up with AFI. I couldn't tell you if Girls Not Grey or Silver and Cold is bigger. They feel about equivalent to me. I don't think it ended up being... I mean, it's not their biggest track, because Miss Murder's their biggest track, but we'll get there. But we'll just go into the last music video here. Girls Not Grey was much bigger. That makes sense. That makes sense. I do wonder, like, I am so curious now that both the AR guy and A&R guy and Davey himself have both mentioned in just the past few months how Bleed Black was supposed to be the second single. I do wonder how that would have been. Because I am thinking about it, Bleed Black is very, like, radio friendly. So I don't know. I never would have clocked Bleed Black as, like, a potential single. I think that's cool. I feel like if I were to pick another single, I would have picked this Celluloid Dream. But that's just the song that, like, attracted me the most when I was younger. I find that one has, like, a very good catchy chorus with the back and forth with the gang vocals. The cinematic. Like, that's good shit. Bless you, wife.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ivy. I will do my best to check them out as soon as I am able to. I appreciate you. But, yeah, let's do the Silver and Cold music video. Hi, Revan. Welcome to my info dump corner.
Dangerously cheesy.
Thank you for the Cheeto. Thank you for the head pats. I guess I should give a content warning for this one of, like, vague references to suicide. It's not, like, very explicit, but I'm just gonna mention that just in case. He likes coffee. I like coffee. They're running. Jade Puget's hair is so peak between like 2003 and 2006. He's the one with the brunette hair with the bangs that like fade into bleach. The bleach blonde. I love that so much. I don't know how that man lived so many years with his hair covering his eyes. Actually, it's not covering his eyes that much here. But how do you throw Cheeto right at Davey? Hi, Llama. Todos asking if I know where you can find a stylish toupee. Not off the top of my head. But what if I want that toupee, Llama? Oh, they be driving through. I think this is Venice. I want to say this is Venice where this was filmed. Fans still go here to like take photos since it's like one of the few videos like on location. And big car explosion. Davey's too cool to look at explosions. This is where the cool guy too cool to look at explosions came from. It was invented in 2003 by Davey Havoc. I know my facts. YouTube, can we not do the thing where you cover up the video at the end against my will? Please?
I wish there was a way to move.
There needs to be a little minimized. Like, come on. It just ruined, like, the final shot of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the video ends and you think that Davey is normal, and then his arm phases through the guy as he's walking. It's like, oh, he's a ghost now. Very spooky. Yeah, not a very happy final single, but I guess it they had a lot of faith that it would be the one, and it wasn't quite. But that's okay, because then next album came around. Now, in between 2003 and 2006, Davey Havoc actually had to cancel concerts for the very first time, and he had to get vocal surgery. It was actually really bad. They were offered the chance to open for The Cure, and he had to turn it down because he had to go through this vocal surgery and recover. Because he had been singing incorrectly. He was not like formally trained ever. As I mentioned, none of the band members knew how to play any instruments when they started, and he used incorrect form for years, and all those years screaming. And then when he started trying to be more melodic, he started pushing his voice to go as high as possible and got seriously injured. So they had to cancel the last 10 shows of the tour, and so they kind of disappeared for a couple years there. I don't think they were really seen much around 2004 or 2005. But they did come back with a even... I don't know if December Underground as a whole is bigger than Sing the Sorrow, but Miss Murder is bigger than any track they've done. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the next video if we're going in order. Because weirdly, I think there's only 2 videos from this era. Oh, we'll do the long version. Yeah, 41 million views. That is the most of any AFI video. So, fun fact about Miss Murder. It was not originally slated to be on the album. It was, the chorus of it was kind of a throwaway lyric that Davey had just, like, scrawled down. And one of the guys helping them make the record looked at it and was like, you need to make this. This is the one. You have to make this. So they scrambled together to make this song. It was one of the last ones chosen to be put on the album, and it became the lead single. Isn't it fun when, like, something you just kind of, like, do without thinking very hard about becomes the thing you're known for? Because it seems to happen to a lot of people. But, 2006, December Underground is the album. This is the big hit. A lot of... If anybody recognizes AFI, it is almost always because of this song. Now, the long version of the music video actually starts with the opener track on the album, which is called Prelude 1221. So this is technically 2 songs in one for the music video. But, let's get into this classic music video. Jade with his powerful sideburns. Jade of the Puget variety.
Not the slimy.
Jade of the guitar variety. The synths. The electronic elements on this album. Ugh, tasty. She ate the paper! Oh no, it appeared in his mouth! Wow! Here it is. Here's the hit. Can break your heart. I like your boots. Oh, also, this is the beginning of the era of AFI music videos where he is just chasing or running from a brunette woman. Keep count. There's a lot of them. It's rabbit time! There's so many rabbits. It's you, Amari! The lyrics are a little wrong. A little bit. Maybe I'll have to consult my lyric book and see what Genius currently says. Some of those lyrics seemed a little wrong. Here they go again with the cards at the end. Whoa, okay, whoa, let's not skip ahead. Hello, spoiler alert. We're not ready for Holy Visions yet. I will admit, it took me an embarrassingly very long time to realize some of the meaning of this song. The whole "he left us all behind" being from the perspective of all the fans who turned on AFI once they went major label and started changing their sound. It took me an embarrassingly long time for that to click. But that was their big hit. It was in Guitar Hero. It was all over MTV. It's still a large part of their lasting legacy to a lot of people. And, you know, like, it was one of the things that drew me to the band, but very soon after discovering the rest of the discography, it kind of fell to the wayside for me. I've in more recent years come back to appreciate it more. But when you, like, get in really, really passionate about a band, you become one of those, like, oh, I like the B-sides. I like these, like, lesser-known songs, and you kind of grow a little more bored of the hits. At least when you're younger. Or maybe when you're older, depending. But for me, I chilled out on that. I like the singles more now. Like, not like more than the other stuff, but I appreciate them all. Hi, Sprinkle Bat, welcome in. My boop's a little off. You can poke my forehead, it's fine. But welcome. I did fail to mention the transition into between Sing the Sorrow and December Underground. They won some VMAs. They won some awards. They, you know, started going through being famous, getting photographs, red carpets, all that stuff. In fact, we'll watch the videos for Love Like Winter since we already started December Underground, but I might pull up a couple videos from around that time. I think we should watch the Just Like Heaven performance. All the Despair Faction message board weirdos were listening on the internet the night Miss Murder had its first listen released on K-Rock's feed. Man, we all instantly knew it was going to be big. Oh, that's so exciting. Like, I'm sure a lot of people felt not positive emotions about that, but goddamn, like, I wish I was just a few years older to have been more present for that era. Because for me, AFI was already big when I got into them. I missed out on the Five Flowers mystery. I had to find out about things like clandestine, however you pronounce it, later. It was a big deal for me when I got my hands on the limited or the deluxe edition of Sing the Sorrow with that 8-minute DVD. But to me, they were already one of the biggest bands, and I was so present for the hype for Crash Love, but I really wish I had been more in the fandom for Sing the Sorrow December Underground. For all its good and bad. I mean, things were insane back in that day. I know there were stories of fans giving them giving him their blood, and you know, the Church of Davy Havoc and all that crazy shit. But I sometimes look back and it's just like, oh, just like a few years earlier I could have been more involved, but oh well. People from the DF board were the Hayes and Miss Murder. It was a contest on the board. You know, they did that for Crash Love, too. They did that for I Am Trying Very Hard to Be Here. I didn't know they did that on December Underground as well. Because I remember the Begin Transmission contest when they released all those videos on YouTube and they showed that process. So I didn't know that was true for Miss Murder as well. That is news to me. Hi, Jade of the Peppermint Variety. Hello, hello. Welcome to the Info Dump Zone. For Crash Love 2. Damn, and I was too young for that shit. Not that I would have been picked or anything, but if only. So, okay, let's watch Love Like Winter, because we're on December Underground, and then we'll take a little detour back, because I do think we should watch the Just Like Heaven performance, because it's kind of baller. But this video here, the day that this premiere, hold on, I can even look it up. Whoops, that's not what I meant to open. Let's see. Love Like Winter. I can tell you the exact day that I officially became a fan. September 26th. We're an hour away from actually the 19th anniversary of me formally becoming an AFI. What the fuck? That's beautiful timing. If I had just been an hour later. So yeah, I came home from school on September 26, 2006, and I saw this video premiere on TRL with Carson Daly. That's so fucking funny. September 26th. Hold on, when did Crash Love come out? Didn't Crash Love come out on the 26th as well? Or am I conflating? 29th. Okay. Crash Love's what is that? 16th anniversary is coming up. Oh, that's so old. What do you mean Crash Love 16? What do you mean? I remember when it turned 10 and I had an existential crisis. All right, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I'm getting ahead of myself. We don't need to talk about Crash Love yet. We're still firmly in December Underground. This is like 1.5. Wait, this isn't the long version. Hold on. Abort. I want the long version. AFI Love Like Winter long version. Okay, we've got, yes, long version. There we go. Because I was just about to say, the music video starts off with a segment of a song called The Interview. It's just a small segment. Thank you, Saribot. No captions for this one? That's fine. This is not a good ratio, aspect ratio. Just imagine this on a 12-inch CRT television. Another Davey Havoc hairstyle that changed a lot of people, by the way. What was that thing that flashed on the screen? I might have to go back and check that out. This video is so blue. Hunter Bergen, why aren't you wearing a hat? It's so cold. It's in the blood. It's in the blood. We want in love. I taste the blood. Underwater. Oh no, he's trapped. Oh, she's such a cold bitch. Oh my god, the cards. YouTube, I pay for you. Hide. Okay, there is a hide button.
There is?
There is. On here, at least. But I've been watching it through OBS, so I just noticed that when I tabbed over now. Moral of the story, don't lead your friends into a forest in a blizzard chasing someone in a cloak, or you all will die. Not the first time Davies killed his bandmates in a music video. To be fair, I guess the first music video is Davey being killed by his bandmates, so this is him getting revenge years later. Which isn't even fair, because Hunter and Jade were not there for the original video murder. And they're just catching strays out here. But okay, so unfortunately those are the only two music videos we got for December Underground, which I don't understand. Did December Underground have another single? We're gonna look at it. We're gonna go on Wikipedia. It's cropped weird, but bear with me. First of all, gotta mention this because this is insane. Over 120 songs were written for the album. The majority of them never finished or released, but many of them were demoed. Many of them exist in demo or scratch demo form, and they are just sitting on Jade Puget's computer, formerly his iPod. But the iPod died, now there's only sitting on his hard drive, but oh, it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts thinking about all the unreleased AFI songs. I can't think about it. Let's see. Is there any info on singles? Maybe I have to go to... What is this? This debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200. Which is I think the only time they ever debuted at #1, I think. And again, that was a big deal, especially in like 2006. That was still before, streaming, like iPods and stuff were a thing, like MP3s were a thing, but it was still primarily a CD-driven business at the time. I can't find where the singles would be listed. Oh, here they are. Wait, okay, Missing Frame was a single. It wasn't released until February 2007. But then a music video was confirmed to be released in March 2007 by Jade Puget. However, in early June, Davey Havoc said there was never a music video. Who was telling the truth? I don't think I knew this. I don't think I knew that the Missing Frame was a single, nor did I know that it was possibly meant to have a music video. That's not the first missing music video from Jade Puget and Davey Havoc either. That's actually the second missing music video in 2007 in particular. The Ask AFI section, they were the only, that's where only the DF members could ask the bands one question per week. Does anyone have that archived? did anybody do any archival work for that era? Because, like, as a fan who didn't go on the DF forums, it pains me that it's gone and doesn't appear to have been saved in any form. That hurts me so much. It makes me want to be so much more on top of archiving AFI stuff. Like, if I was a little more tech savvy and if I had a little more free time on my hand, I kind of want to start an AFI, like, archival site. I really think, like, with the fact that magazine and newspaper articles are becoming lost and broken links, the fact that YouTube videos are disappearing as old accounts are being expunged from YouTube, and just, like, we don't really have, like, an active fan site anymore. We had the AFI News HQ, but they're now just the AFI HQ, and they don't really do as much work as they used to do. They're kind of just, oh, we have official word from the band, and we just announce official stuff. There's not, like, contests like there used to be. There's not, there was a lot more of the fan side of it back in the day, back when it started. Like, I don't know anything about running something like that. And, like, I tried with the AFI Discord server, I tried to create something like that, but because I gave up my ownership of it, the current owners have a bit of a hands-off approach to it, and they don't really listen to requests for, like, creating new channels. There's no events hosted or anything, which is a shame. If I had a little more, like, if I wasn't so much of a coward, I guess, I would maybe step forward a little more and try to, like, organize these kind of things. I don't know. I feel like the fandom is so fractured, and a lot of people keep speaking on how fractured it is. And granted, it's really hard to get the fandom together without there being drama, because there's just so many different opinions on the band. There's people who say Black Sails is the best. There's people that say Sing the Star is the best. There's people who argue about Davey Havoc's appearance and think that it means that he's having a mental breakdown, which is so annoying. Like, it's like, it's a difficult fandom at times, but I think I'd less want to run, like, a fan forum or, like, a fan space, but I more just, like, I want to archive the video interviews, the magazine interviews. I would really like to have those organized by, like, era. Like, here's the 2003 section where all the Sing the Star press goes, and have it maybe be a collaborative effort where if someone's like, hey, I have this random newspaper article that's not listed anywhere else, I'll scan it and upload it, and it can be categorized under this category. I don't really know how to start something like that, but for the past few years now, I've been thinking on and off about wanting a proper organized AFI archive for photos, for press, just shit like that. That would be awesome. AFI wiki style. There isn't an AFI wiki, is there? Like, if I put a fire inside wiki, what happens? Okay, we got a fire inside.fandom.com. I'm sure this is not comprehensive. I'm sure. Okay, so we've got the history of the band. This is a decent amount of paragraphs. We've got style, influence, legacy, members, and that's it. See, like, this is so bare bones compared to, like, what I would want. And I guess if I, like, go into an album. We've got the album, we've got the breakdown of it. I love that the background is fucking 2009 AFI with Jade's purple pants. I don't know if you guys can see it. No, you can't see it because it's cut off, but I know exactly what image is in the background right now. And like the wiki articles, these have great information about charting, about singles and stuff. Like, this all is covered. But I really would love to see the interviews with the band transcribed. There's a lot of audio only ones. There's a lot of ones that are on YouTube that I would like to see transcribed into text. Because, again, like, these videos are going to drop at one point or another. So I've talked about this with my friend Raven. She's kind of brought up, like, she knows a little bit about creating websites. So we've talked about it before, but we just haven't, like, started the process. And like I said, I don't really have the spare time to devote as much as I would like. Although I do spend a little bit of time doing my own personal archival stuff, like grabbing videos off of YouTube to save on my laptop. But I know that there's probably better ways to transcribe things than by hand. I mean, I don't want to use like AI to transcribe shit, but there's probably faster ways to transcribe things than me sitting there and doing it by ear. Me with my terrible freaking auditory processing is not really meant to be a transcriber.
That's why you recruit me to help.
Scree!
I used to do it as a job.
Well, shit. Slimy Jade, are you volunteering for my fan project?
Sure. I was a transcriber years ago.
Well, shit.
But I will warn you, you will have to buy me chicken nuggets.
Oh, shit. I don't think Davey Havoc would be cool knowing a fan site is powered by chicken nuggets.
Alright, what about tater tots?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
A transcriber? A transcriber. Trans.
That's really... I remember people were saying on Twitter, back when all this dipshittery started, that people would be like, oh, you're... Because they'd have, like, transcriber in their bio.
Yeah.
They'd be like, I don't know what a criber is, but there's only 2 genders, loser. It's like...
Wow. Wow. Okay, we've been in ad break for 40 seconds. I need a piss. I will be right back, and then we will get back into it. Scree, I am back. I have weird shaped grapes. They're shaped like eggplants.
They're weird.
They're weird.
They're called moondrop grapes.
That's not what the moon looks like.
That's what drops of moon look like.
Drops of Jupiter in her hair. Oh man, I missed one of my favorite Dream Car songs. I mean, I literally hear it right now, but I'm pausing this. This ain't about you, Dream Car. Yet. Alright, so, we watched the only 2 music videos for December Underground. I can't believe they only did 2. They should have done Missing Frame. I'm really curious of what a Missing Frame music video would have been like. We're gonna go back to 2003 for a moment, though. Because this isn't a music video, but this is a very important part of AFI history. And I have talked about this before. There was this series of shows that I guess it was MTV? Yeah, literally the MTV logo right there. The MTV was like, oh, like these icons of music history. We're gonna have like things in like concerts in honor of them, where other artists are gonna play their songs and they're gonna be present. And The Cure was being honored, and AFI was invited. Now, previously, AFI had recorded a cover of The Hanging Garden to, which is a Cure song from their third really, really goth album, to put it lightly. And they really wanted to cover Hanging Garden. The guy at the record label was like, fuck that. No, you're playing the hit. You're playing Just Like Heaven. And, like, granted, they all love The Cure. Davey's like, you can't go wrong with The Cure. Like, this is paraphrasing from the podcast that I was just watching. He literally called it like it's a fucking 10, but there was like, fuck you, man. Like, don't tell us what to do. We want to do Hanging Garden, but nope, they had to do Just Like Heaven. And apparently, Davey Havok had already been acquainted with Robert Smith. He had already met the man and called him lovely, and, you know, like, he'd been humanized. Like, he met Robert Smith as a human being and not this, like, deity of rock. So he thought he was chill about covering The Cure in front of The Cure. He thought he was cool. He thought he was A-okay. He got out on stage. He saw The Cure, and they were, like, in, like, a rise above the rest of the audience. They were on, like, a little, I think he called it, like, a dais. And then it hit him. He's like, oh, fuck. So I just think that's really funny that he thought he was cool, that he was chill, and he got out there, and then, like, the reality of him playing one of the biggest hits The Cure has ever made for The Cure was, like, fucking insane, actually. So let's watch this amazing moment. And there's Robert. He's watching them. He's watching them. Just imagine Davey having just an internal panic during this whole intro. His internal monologue is just his subconscious grabbing him. Yes, hi, Nin. Damn, that was some eyeliner on Hunter. Damn. Nice nail polish, Jade Puget. Love it. And Robert just, like, has no expression on his face. Like, you do not know what is going through his mind here. I like that they did that part a little different. He's thinking, I should look as grumpy as possible before I tell them good job. Kind of, because he does compliment them. Like, not on footage here, but, like, he was amicable to their performance. And he cracks a smile right at the end. Right at the end, you get to see him smile. Like, that's wonderful, right? Switch to Wave 10-pack, you got it. Wow. Thank you, Skeletor. But yeah, that was just, like, imagine being a musician or being any kind of artist and, like, doing what you do in front of, like, one of your biggest influences. Like, that was such a major moment in their career, I have to imagine. And a lot of people still look back on that performance as, like, peak for them. Like, they did it. They didn't have any, like, major flubs. Like, they took this, you know, perfect pop song, this perfect fucking crafted song, played it to the people who wrote it, and did it good. You, soft and only, you, frail and only, you, lack the strength to hold. Yeah, that's me. Soft and frail. Let's see. Is there... Can we do a little clip of them at the VMAs or the MTV Music Awards? Okay, we have them accepting the award at the 2003 VMAs, and then we have their performance at the MTV Music Awards in 2006. What's the MTV Music Award as opposed to the VMAs?
I guess there's a... Well, those
oh, Video Music Award. And okay. I see. I understand now. Ich verstehe. Alright, let's see what terrible quality this is in. This looks to be in, like, 180p. So this is still 2003, obviously. It says it on the screen. And let's see what they were up against. First of all, that's a crazy song to be up against. I'm actually amazed that they beat Queens of the Stone Age. I mean, spoiler alert. Interpol. Okay. Wow. Okay. This one I do not know. Same vibe. The guy said it like, I don't know who these guys are. AFI? Girls Not Great? Like... Jade with his Blondie shirt. Pretty sure Davey's wearing a Susie and the Banshee shirt. Yeah, that's Susie, baby. I know who Luke is. Luke is their A&R guy. The shout out to the Despair faction specifically. Beautiful. That must have been so hype to be in the DF during that time and have him say that on television. That's so cool. Oh, this is gonna be another bad quality video, but this is them performing Miss Murder. Adam, Jade, Davey, and Billy Idol? You were stoked? They were all stoked? Excellent. Loving my smooches? Can we talk about how good this, like, lighting design is to put all these, like, winter trees? I love this. Oh, they even have a couple actual trees on the set. It's not just lights.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Zeus. Welcome to the info dump corner. We're only in 2006. We still have almost 20 more years of AFI to cover, believe it or not. Yes, the AFI lore stream, you know it. How you doing, Zeus? He just screamed there just because he could. There is not a scream there in that song, usually. Bow, bow. Oh, he's dancing. He's havocing out. Oh, what is this confetti rain? Oh, we got a crowd diver. How did they make it through at this MTV security event? I love him just, whenever he goes up to Jade, just to scream in his face. Fucking beautiful. So, yeah, that was a little, performance they did. And then, so if, at a future date and time, I would love to sit down and play the entire I Heard a Voice Live DVD, which is a, you know, composite, basically full concert from 2006, 2007 maybe? From the December Underground era. I haven't seen it in a really long time. Believe it or not, I think I've only watched it like twice, which is kind of insane because it is their only live album. I've listened to it, you know, plenty on like shuffle, but I haven't really sat down to watch it in a really long time. It's on YouTube, so I'll either do a stream for that or I'll do a Discord like movie watch party kind of thing. But I want to watch that, and I want to watch the short film from Sing the Sorrow. And now, I'm not prepared enough to really go into it fully here, but since we are in the 2006 era of AFI, I would be remiss to not mention the Five Flowers mystery. So, basically, AFI are really into being cryptic. They are very into just, you know, speaking in prose and making things, like, obscured. and using, you know, figurative language and metaphors and what have you. And there was this thing they did leading up to December Underground, the 2006 album, and it's known as the Five Flowers Mystery. It started as these, like, mysterious, like, websites and screenshots and stuff, and it was, like, about 5 characters. I don't remember all the names. I know Harold is one of them, I think, and I do remember Charlotte. I always remember Charlotte, and I bring this up for a reason, for those of you that don't know this piece of chart lore. But they all had, like, MySpace usernames, and Charlotte's username was Charlotte Nothing, and I stole that username for my Tumblr as a teenager. It stuck for a while, and when it came time for me to be dissatisfied with my birth name, I looked at my username, and I was like, what if I chopped the char off of this? And originally I was going to pronounce it Char, like Charlotte, but then I heard somebody, it was my friend Sina, pronounce it like Char, like Charmander, and that's why that stuck. And that was 2015. That was like late 2014 going into 2015 I did that. So, it's fine to use it on Tumblr, at least you didn't reuse it on Reddit or anything. Don't call me out like this, man. Don't call me out. But how dare you know my Reddit username? But yeah, so I like to tell that little story that even my name that I go, not the trash bat part of my name. The trash bat part of my name is a very obvious AFI reference. The char part of my name is a lesser known, more obscure AFI reference. Please note, I do titter every time I type T, as you fucking should. As you should. Please do. But yeah, I just, I've been squeezing out as many AFI references as I can into everything I do, including my own fucking name. So, there you go for those of you that somehow didn't know, but I know I've brought it up like 2 times before. I'm glad you think it's awesome lore, thank you. I can't think of anything else notable from... Okay, no, no, I can think of one more thing notable. New Year's Eve. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Which one is better quality? Probably this one? Or this one? Let's see, that one looks decent. Yeah, this one looks decent. Here they are in, I believe that is the TRL studio, if I'm not mistaken. This is them covering Song 2 by Blur on New Year's Eve. I didn't watch this, unfortunately, when it was live. I somehow missed word that they were playing on New Year's. I was just a little baby back then, after all. You saw this one? I'm jealous. I wish I would have seen it when it was live. It's so wild, like, seeing them on billboards in Times Square on New Year's. Like, what the fuck? That's big. It was so surreal. It kind of still is. Like, I know this is the era that I got into them, but, like, it's still kind of weird seeing how big they used to be. I wonder if AFIvids.com is still a website. They're still that big to you. Look, and the Sing the Sorrow 20th anniversary show, I think, proved that they can do bigger shows still. Not to mention the festivals that they headlined. I mean, they literally just headlined a festival, like, a week ago. And it seemed like a pretty good turnout. Their hardcore fans now have adult money and even more despair than ever. Damn, you're right. Alright, we get a live Love Like Winter here. Here is December, and you're gay. It's true. I am. And the fake snow. I wonder how much fake snow they had to put up with during the December Underground era. Good lord, that board was great for queer, because I'm so glad so much of the AFI fanbase is queer. Again, like, so many people have spoken about how pivotal Davey Havoc was in their gender and or sexuality. General internet was less accepting. Of course. They still are. Like that motherfucker who keeps trying to post shit on the subreddit, and the auto mod keeps taking him down, but I get the push notifications. I see the bullshit they're spewing. Calling AFI F-slurs in 2025 because you're so cool. Why no tie, Davey? Everyone else wore ties. Also, it's weird seeing him in gold eyeshadow in December Underground era. Knowing that Crash Love is next with all the gold motifs. Hi, Tin. It's appropriate you come in while we're listening to, December Underground stuff. Well, welcome to me talking about AFI nonstop for hours. The bright mics. The aesthetics were just so strong back then. Like, everything was just so glitzy in a fun way. The fucking, like, the disco ball, like, I love it. Like, this isn't necessarily their best performance of this song, but, like, it's fun. It's iconic. You didn't even need to post the December Underground lyrics. You didn't. Davey already had it covered. I already got you. That's the second time we've listened to Love Like Winter tonight, because we watched the music video. Oh, you're watching Bocchi the Rock? I love Bocchi. I can't wait for Bocchi Season 2. I wonder how long it's gonna take, but we need more Bocchi. But, I do think we are about ready to transition into Crash Love era, which is exciting for me. I will mention that 2007 is when, AFI decided, hey, we did all this stuff for the major label. We've been wanting to do this for years. Can we release our electronic record? Because they, specifically, Davey and Jade, you know, the vocalist, the guitarist, they started an electronic project together, just the two of them, in 2002. They wanted to release it in, like, 2003 or 2004, and the record label was like, are you fucking crazy? You just released Sing the Sorrow. Like, fuck no, you're not allowed to do that. And then, you know, they went on December Underground. December Underground actually features two songs that were originally written to be Black Audio songs. 37 Millimeters being one of them, and the other one is actually Love Like Winter. Love Like Winter was written as a Black Audio song at first, and they reworked it, and they kept a lot of the synths, but they added guitar to it and turned it into an AFI track. But then finally they did their big December Underground touring cycle, and they were like, can we please do our electronic record now? And they're like, okay, fine. Because they're like, all right, you were popular enough at December Underground, maybe people will buy this one just based off of name recognition of, oh, it's the guys from AFI. So, they did their first Black Audio record, which is Sex Sells. Sex with a C. Ooh. And it did okay. Stiff Kitten's got some play, but not a lot of people were into it. If December Underground already alienated some old fans, Black Audio just made them hate them even more, I feel. Like, and of course, like, that's just one part of the fandom, but that was hard for certain older fans to stomach. But then there's people like me, who Black Audio was kind of my introduction into electronic music. Because before that, I had only ever heard, like, 80s synth pop in, like, Madonna and Michael Jackson, and I thought it sounded archaic, because I was a rock-loving teenager in the year 2006, 2007. And the album was terrible, and they never released another album. The end. Yeah, the rant's over. AFI ended after this. A lot of people think AFI ended after this, genuinely. Every single time they release a new album, there are so many comments being like, they're still making music? Explains the big empty baseless sections. Totally Black Audio vibes. Yeah, look, I did like Eurythmics. There was a handful of 80s synth pop songs that I enjoyed, like, fucking Sweet Dreams, Don't You Want Me, I Melt With You. Well, that's not quite synth pop, but there was a few. Oh, freaking You Spin Me Around Like a Record. Love that song. But then, like, there was a long period of time where I wasn't super into 80s sounding music. And then I got into Black Audio, and then they rewired my brain to be into electronic music. And then slowly, over time, I found myself being drawn towards 80s synth pop. Particularly of the, like, Depeche Mode variety, of the Tears for Fears variety. Here Comes the Rain Again. Yes. So, actually, I need to listen to more Eurythmics, I'm gonna be honest. I listened to one of their albums. The album as a whole didn't grab me, but I do love Sweet Dreams, and I do love Here Comes the Rain Again. But I do need to listen to more Eurythmics and Annie Lennox solo stuff. But, genuinely, like, Black Audio shaped me to be able to love synth pop, and now it's like one of my go-to like genres. Now it's like I probably listen to more synth pop than I do rock music these days. Kind of a mix, especially when you combine them. Ooh, love that. But so they did Black Audio. It wasn't big, but it wasn't a failure. 2008, we don't hear anything from AFI. 2009, we get a teaser on Valentine's Day. Oh my god, we have to watch the Medicate making of after we watch the Medicate music video. I'm sorry, I have to show you one of my favorite J. Puget moments. And it's only like 3 minutes long. Valentine's Day 2009, we get a message. Valentine's Day is fake. Crash love is real. And this is, I've been a fan. I've been officially a fan, capital F fan, for like 2.5 years now. And I'm so psyched. So that Valentine's Day, I was hanging out with a group of friends, and we were baking cookies. We were baking sugar cookies. It was this recipe that my brother's girlfriend had given me, and, like, we separated all the dough into different bowls and dyed them, and we were basically, like, making little art pieces out of our cookie dough. We were, like, molding little pictures with them, and I fucking took the yellow dough and I molded the Crash Love logo into a fucking cookie. I don't know if the photo still exists, because I had a photo of my friend Pam holding it up for me.
Dangerously.
But the day that Crash Love was teased, I made a fucking cookie with the logo. I just thought that's a funny memory I have of that. Yeah, same. I thought I didn't like anything electronic at all until Black Audio. Yeah, I'm really glad I got into Black Audio as a teenager, and it, like, shaped me like it did. Hi, Grim! Welcome to the Info Dump Zone! We are, and by we, I mean me and Caduceus primarily, we are popping the fuck off about AFI. I am going through, chronologically, we're watching music videos, I'm pulling up some other videos, I'm going through our history. We're only at 2009. We've just entered 2009 now, starting from 1991. I just ended stream, forgot rating was a thing, otherwise I would've. How you doing? Grim, I'm gonna be honest, I'm having a fucking amazing day. Okay, I went to the city, I got a boba tea, I got a rose milk boba tea, I went over to the record store, I listened to the new AFI album 1 week early for the first time, 8 new songs, because the album has 10 songs and I've heard 2 of them already, so 8 new songs today. And then I went back over to the boba shop. I got a apple cinnamon crepe. And then I came home and I cooked mac and cheese with hot dogs in it for me and the wife. And now I am just info dumping about my favorite thing in the world. So, like, I'm thriving today. I'm so happy about the new album. I cannot fucking wait to play it over and over. I'm always the most excited for new AFI albums. They never let me down. But this one is going to, like, chemically alter me. Like, this is going to become my personality. Because it's been so perfect for my personal interests that I feel like this record was crafted like just for me specifically. I would listen to sex cells and play World of Warcraft, flying in circles on my mount and gathering crafting resources and chatting with the guild. Those were the days. No one could see me. Let's go. Always happy to hear that you're having a good time. Thank you, thank you. I'm hope you're doing well. I hope stream is good. Were you drawing? What were you streaming? I'd love to hear. So yeah, Crash Love. This is the first album that I was a part of the hype from day one. So this album is like so fucking important to me. So Medicate was the lead single. This is what we got before the album came out. And this is the music video. As you can tell, David is no longer very goth. He is looking a little more like a rock star. Like a just glam rock almost a little bit. Not really glam rock, but a little bit of a different look. Little bit. That's the O, by the way, that plays when I get a new follower. That's the exact O. We call him Man Davey. I gotta contain myself. I've mistaken, by the way. I mentioned the brunette ladies present in so many AFI videos. I forgot that this one's blonde. I forgot. Most every other Davey Havoc video where a woman is involved is a long, dark-haired woman. Bleach Blonde because of the whole artificial LA vibe. It fits the gold theme, too. Yes. Yes. A medicine. Sherman Peak with a new pal. We had so much fun. I've been making an effort to make new friends and it's been going great. Had a wonderful time with various peeps almost every day. That's awesome, Grim. I'm so happy for you. You're doing art tomorrow. Excellent, excellent. I'm glad you're liking the music. Thank you for saying so. Crash Love's theme. I'm tired of love, and the LA fame scene sucks. Yeah. Also, I'll throw in a little, and religion still sucks too. Always gotta have that on an AFI record. Oh, I wanted that Crash Love necklace so bad. I still do. I still do. I'm gonna get into metalworking and finally make it myself. Oh, it's the gold blood. Oh, the nails! Can we talk about this man's manicure? Oh my god. They're bleeding gold. I can't wait to watch the making of video. If anyone ever found that Crash Love necklace or crafted one for me, I would love you forever, just so you know. I've wanted that damn thing for, like 16 years, I said? Right, contain yourself. Let Jade do the solo, not your mouth. I had to do just a little bit at the end. Okay. Alright. Oh, he has the necklace right at the end. Alright. I have to show you guys. I would love to watch all of the making of. Some of them are longer than others, but the Medicaid one is short. And it has a moment that has lived rent-free in my head for so long. The model's very fitting for an infodump session. I'm glad y'all see what I've gone for here. You love skateboard, G? Thank you, thank you. She loves being on her handboard. Does this have captions? No captions. Baubles and trinkets. I'm so angry right now. Everyone else gets to nap, but Davy is on the clock still. Here it is. Can I just get, yes, the moment of regret. We always end our videos with some kind of dessert filling seeping out from our butts. Oh man, why did I say that? Fucking Jade Puget is one of the funniest goddamn people on the planet. Medicaid, here with me, now it's me, provide healthcare to all the poor, and kids whether they're 4 or 8, Medicaid. I used to work for a doctor's office, and whenever there was periods of times where I sung Medicaid, but replaced it with Medicaid. I did not put as much effort as you into the rest of the lyrics, but I do remember that. There was that, and there's also the fact that Medicare, when shortened, is MCR. Some places use MCR to stand for Medicare, and I'd be like, oh, My Chemical Romance. I'm gonna go lurk mode because I'm too sleepy to type words. You're a blast! Aw, shucks, thanks. Aw, Nisa too! Hi, Nisa! Welcome to the info dump zone. Nisa's one of my brainworm victims. Nisa, I'm so excited for you to hear the album. I really hope to that I can be there for your first listen. So I'm formally doing an album club meeting for the album on Friday night next week at like 9 p.m. Eastern, but I think I'm probably also gonna be on Discord in a VC at midnight when the album drops, because I'm gonna need to listen to it on repeat all night long. So if anybody happens to want to be there for the midnight release, I'll be there. If anybody wants to come at a more normal hour later, we can do the 9 p.m. I'm okay going to both. I'm gonna be listening to this album no less than 50 times that weekend, you know? It's true, I've been infected with the AFI brainworms. I'm on the Davey Havoc train. Super excited for the album. Yes, that's so good. Don't look at my channel if you don't want spoilers. I mean, I live reacted to every song in my one channel in the Discord. Most of it's me just yelling "fuck yeah," but if you want to go in blind, you can ignore my ramblings. So down for a minute listening party? Yes, let's go. Char is the good kind of blast, not the Char's hit the second tower kind of blast. I'm the Having a Blast by Green Day off their hit album Dookie. Okay. Back to the making of here. Hello, Paul Miner, and I didn't remember who you were. Mark Webb did a lot of their videos, but I think this is around the time that Mark Webb became a big hotshot movie director. Hunter Bergen has gold blood. Now you know. He's so scared of the pie filling. He's so scared of getting the pie filling on his fancy boy clothes. Put a shirt on Adam. He's so excited because he didn't get messy. He's so fucking excited. What a fucking dork. He's like, I have one more shot. I'm so scared. It's a pie filling. It's gonna get all over my shirt. And then he's like, oh, guys, we finished. We're done. I'm clean. I'm a clean boy. $600 shirt, unruined. That's Davey for you. Okay, now we got... Oh, there's a longer making of Medicaid. Okay, there's a 10-minute one on AFI headquarters. This is just the 3-minute one. Okay, interesting. Well... Let's watch the other Crash Love music video, which is Beautiful Thieves, which also does have a making of. I don't remember how informative this making of is. We'll see if, I mean, it's already, we're already almost 3 hours in and we're still at 2009, so I think we're gonna have to just go through the rest of these music videos without any tangents. Because there's still a decent number of music videos left. But, Beautiful Thieves, one of their best songs. They play it live every time I see them, and I love that for me, because I love this song. This is my go-to karaoke. If the karaoke place is cool and they have this song, this is my go-to. I say that as if I've done it more than once. I haven't. I've only done it once. But anytime I go to karaoke, the first thing I do is ask if they have AFI. Alright, the boys walk into the party, and he's immediately pouring the poison into the punch bowl. This is fine. Venom. Fancy venom. Oh, if we win this light, take God that I'll lie. No one will carry it all. He's got such evil little smirks in this video. Venom nom nom. My favorite Spider-Man villain, Venom. I like Adam's look there, just like, yes, drink it, you fucker. This guy looks haunted. Imagine being cast as Vegas Goober #2 in Beautiful Thieves. Oh, to be cast in any of these music videos, this one especially, though. There's a lot of people in this one. I love that little chug chug. We're looking for a hollow brainless moron. You're perfect. This fucker, and Jade's like, I will kill you if you put your hand on me again. Spoiler alert. He disappeared. Oh, he's fine. He's there. Thank you for the lurk, Sharky. I hope you're doing well. Alright, Davy's just come out of the closet. Teehee. Oh, they're all coming out of the closet. And everybody's dead except for them. So we've seen Davy die in a video. We've seen the rest of the band die in a video. And now we've seen everybody except the band die in a video. I wonder how many more videos will involve death. So, oh, did I hit replay? I hit, no. Okay, hi Black Audio. Hi Bright Black Heaven. So I believe that's the only videos we have for Crash Love. So I'm gonna kind of rush along a little here because I've been meandering. Granted, it's 12:15. I've got more juice in the tank, but I don't want to wear y'all out. Making me looking at all the nice Ice 9 Kills videos and how many people die in them. And in their next album, in a wild twist, AFI becomes a Christian band. It's all praise music. Yeah, that's what Faith Healer's about. Faith Healer is about loving God. No, I can't even pretend. That would be too insulting to David S. Havoc. The S stands for Satan. So, between Crash Love and Burials, this is when we start to get about 4-year gaps between albums. So they did the Crash Love tour. That's when I saw them live. Teehee. Oh, okay, all right. I have one Crash Love tangent, but I promise it'll be quick. I promise. Let's see. I promise. Yeah, Starland Ballroom. Okay, all right. So my very first AFI concert was on October 10th, 2009 at the Starland Ballroom in New Jersey. This was my second ever concert. My first concert was a Green Day concert a couple months prior. This is my second ever concert and my first time seeing AFI, obviously. So, this was a moment that happened. Would it be easier for me actually to bring up the video? Hold on. Because I actually captioned the video. VLC video source. We're gonna try something, and if my OBS complains, I'm so sorry. Let's see. Is that in my downloads folder, or did I move it? Okay, is that not your fucking shoe? There it is.
There's a shoe.
Oh, where's the hold on. Properties.
Armed and dangerous.
Hi, Nisa. Okay, I gotta figure out how to get the sound on this. It might not work. Filters, properties, advanced audio properties, active sources only. Do I, if I...
There's a shoe.
Do that, pause it. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that you guys can hear it. Okay, VLC video source.
No, it's the shoe video.
It's the shoe video, yes.
It's
Nisa
the shoe
knows.
incident.
Nisa knows. There's like a way to turn on... Okay. Monitor... No, I want monitor and output. Okay. Bring that over here. Oh, Nisa's not behind it. Hold on. Let me bring it down. This is so much extra work just to make sure I can give you guys the caption version, because it's easier to have the caption version. So, where's my group Fuji? Bring Nisa over here. Okay, alright guys. So, AFI was your third concert. The first two were Weird Al. That's beautiful. Hopefully the sound on this will be okay. So, this happened right before they played Veronica Sawyer Smokes. I forget what song they had just finished playing. But this is something that happened in between songs.
There's a shoe. There's a shoe right here, look. Is that yours, Jade? It doesn't look like your size. Or your style. Really? No one wants that shoe? Come on, someone's standing there with just a sock on. It's yours? Okay. Yeah, toss it up here. Look at me, I caught. This way, hand it back. Hand it back. There you go. Wait a minute. Is that not your fucking shoe? You just want it because I touched it? I feel terrible.
And then they just go right into Veronica Sawyer Smokes. That I watch that like once a year. I watch that fucking video once a year, basically. Or anytime I think about it. Is that not your fucking shoe? You just want it because I touched it? Also, just a moment when he catches it, he's like, look what I caught! Like,
I love that part so
oh my
much.
god, it's so good.
That is the part that I think about. I caught.
There's another clip. I'm not gonna pull it up because, well, maybe actually. Hold on. I have 2 minutes till the next ad break, so I have it right in the same folder. It actually won't be that hard for me to pull up. This is something that I've just learned about. This was at a different show. I was not at this show. I was not aware of this. But someone posted this in a thread where someone was asking, like, what's your favorite AFI concert banter? And I went to that thread looking for the shoe video, and someone had already posted. I was like, fuck yeah. But here's another Crash Love concert banter. Ooh,
So during my Too Shy to Scream, I was humping
hold
this
on.
metal.
Why did it come in so big?
So during Too Shy to Scream, I
Drag it. There we go. Turn the volume up. Okay. Got
So during Too Shy to Scream, I was humping this metal boxer, and it fucking hurt. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's just my advice from one motherfucker to another. So during
the delivery from one motherfucker to another.
I'm going to say that from now on.
Yes! That's just my advice.
That's just my advice from one motherfucker to another.
I wish I had known about that sooner. It's so good. It's so good. Ivy says, I just realized a lot of the people I follow have purple hair. Yeah, Nisa and I are purple birthday twins. We both love purple, we both love goth, we both love AFI, and we both have the same birthday. It's wonderful. Just 1 year apart, if I'm not mistaken. But, alright, I have an ad break coming in. Oh my god, hi Griff! Hi.
Griff.
Welcome in. I do sadly have an ad break about to hit, so I'm gonna get up for a moment and stretch, and when we get back, we're gonna be on to AFI's next album, which is 2013 Burials. We have a lot of music videos still, so I'm gonna try to speed run and not get too distracted, but I had to show you that it's not your fucking shoe video. I had to. I hope you're doing well, Griff. It's good to see you. Oh, Nisa wants that Dragonair? Hey, I'll throw a...
I do.
I'll throw a regular Pokeball, see what happens.
I love Dragonair.
Hell yeah. Oh, that reminds me, I got a VGEM request I gotta reply to. Somebody wants a Flareon Pumpkaboo fusion as like a PNG tuber, and I'm like, hoo. Been sick, but taking it easy. Oh, I hope you feel better, Griff. I'm glad to hear that you're taking it easy. It's very important to get better fast, is to take those days to rest. Alright, that is ad break, so I'll be back in a few minutes. We both got the Dragonair! I'm so sorry. I forgot to put music on during that ad break for those of you who didn't get ads. My condolences for the silence. I hope you enjoyed the silence.
I was about to say that. I didn't know if it was appropriate since it's AFI Day.
AFI and Depeche Mode are... AFI's covered Depeche Mode. AFI's been inspired by Depeche Mode. Absolutely allowed. Alright.
Is this allowed?
Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna go into the Burials era. I Hope You Suffer was the first one. I think it was just 2 videos for this era, I think. Oh, why is my thing not up? All you missed was a little bit of blurry Davey Havoc walking around in black and white. Oh, that's right, they do have Leave in Silence as well. Depeche Mode does. I remember how hyped people were for how dark this song sounded. Adjust that a little bit. There we go. This album's essentially known as AFI's breakup record. Because Davey Havoc was really going through it. Shrink the Nisa a little bit. I could bring up all the, like, teaser videos they did with, like, the girl on the beach with the sigils and whatever, but this, you're not really missing much. They had some mysterious videos. Davey going through it? Our Davey? That doesn't sound like him at all. No, Davey's never had a problem in his life. He's always singing about how happy he is, and how he wishes he was married, and how much he loves religion. God, he tensed his neck so up. They're just zooming in on his neck being as tense as possible there. It's so uncomfortable. Oh, he's seething. Our God is an awesome God. Best AFI cover. A close second. Jesus, take the wheel. Fuck. The smoke machines from Dulceria? Well, that means Dulceria has the smoke machines from I Hope You Suffer. 2 very similar songs. They sound identical. Teehee. I Hope You Suffer, Dulceria. They're the same picture, me here. It's kind of like how I Want a Mohawk is the same song as Miss Murder, you know? They've just been reheating their own nachos. All this time. Do the kids still say that? Do the kids still say reheating your nachos? Hey, Miss Snowhawk, can I? Yeah, that he is not having fun during that music video shoot. He genuinely was just anger. Oh cool, don't even have to type 17 crimes, it's right there. Alright. This one's a little less angry. This one's full of horny teenagers. Be gay and commit 17 crimes. I still need someone to make me the shirt. I would wear that to a show. If I had that in shirt form by the time of the concert next month, I would wear it.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Raya. Welcome to the info dump zone.
Raya.
Dangerously cheesy.
It looks like the Cheeto was being thrown at the target. Oh, that was perfect timing. Hi, Sage. This video is so confusing. Just like half of it's like horny teenagers and the other half is like AFI being spooky motherfuckers in this like this room of like gossamer curtains. Also, like, this came out around the same time as Davy's first novel, and I still haven't finished reading it. I finally started reading Pop Kids, like, a month ago, and I haven't gotten back to it. But I remember thinking, like, this is just him advertising his book about horny teenagers. Yeah, it's been, like, 13 years, and I still haven't read Davy Havoc's novels. Whoops. I wish there was an option to always hide the cards at the end of the video instead of waiting till the end. Hey Char, my PC was being a brat while playing a browser game, but was able to hand in modded Minecraft, so I just gave up. Oh, I'm sorry, Sage. Well, welcome in. Alright, so those are the only two burials videos, I believe. Now, I don't remember... I think White Offerings was first, so we're gonna go to Blood Album next, which is from 2017, like early 2017. These videos were actually coming out in 2016. We have changed aspect ratio again. God damn it. Paper birds, not little birds, but okay. Literally, the bird is paper, right there. AFI fandom was very hype when this song dropped because they thought that it sounded like Sing the Sorrow, so to them it felt like a return to form, even though I feel like Burials was not dissimilar. A lot of people like Burials, but people were hype when this song dropped, but I feel like it hasn't had the lasting power in the fandom. But it does, like, the guitars kind of sound like Leaving Song Part 2 a little bit. I can see it. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the Smoosh the Wife 10 pack. Wow. This video is just like, here's a fish, here's a chess piece, here's a table full of white fruit. Like, here's some origami. Have some triangles. Have some just shapes. I should have included one of those giant triangles in my pile of trash in my trash bat drawing. Oh, but I included the origami bird from this video, that's right. So, the video ends with the beginning of the Snowcats video, but it just ends at him staring at the camera. And then we go right into the Snowcats video where they're wearing the same outfit. Oh my god, it changed aspect ratio again, god damn it!
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Ember! This video is just, someone had fun editing this. It's just floating heads. We're gonna go inside his mouth a bunch of times, if that makes you uncomfortable.
Baby Havoc's in the vor.
There's 2 of them! I'm in distress, there's 2 of them! Oh, that little sneer he does when he says here. Oh, he's rotating! Oh, he's rotating. Oh shit, it's his ear. Oh, we're inside there. Oh, there's blood in his ear. He should probably get that checked out. Video editing's my passion. There's so many Jade Puget's. Oh my, the fucking, I forgot about the laser beam coming out of his mouth. Oh my god. I forgot how unintentionally hilarious this video is. Sage says, I don't really like when music videos have no consistency when it comes to aspect ratio. Yeah, especially from the same artist. I mean, like, I get that it's different directors and the time changes, but yeah, there's been a lot of different aspect ratios tonight. Oh shit, he's rotating again. Back in the ear canal. Oh no, we're going inside his eyes so many times. I love this song, but this music video is ridiculous. Oh no, he's coming at us! The zooms kill me. This shot's okay. I'm okay with them in the triangle corridor. Are we going in his mouth? No, we're going in the eye. Okay. Oh, the rotating triangles. They loved triangles this era. They were feeling their triangle era. The shot of them walking this, like, light road, all I can think of was, I walk a lonely road. Back to the blood drips with ye. Yeah, that... I forgot how much that music video cracks me up. Jade's Pugi. Yes, multiple... Whoa, that's not AFI. Get out of here. I like you, Rose Garden Funeral Party, but this ain't about you. Okay, so I'm so sorry for those of you who were uncomfortable with all the zoom-ins on Baby Havoc's face. It's about to get worse. The next music video is for the song Aurelia, and it literally is just high quality, very zoomed in shots of all 4 band members. So if you have, like, what's that called? Like scopophobia, where you have, like, the fear of, like, eye contact in, like, images, this is your warning. Because this video is just made to be close in an uncomfortable way. It's so weird, they got 4 music videos for Blood Album, which was, like, not a success. Probably less successful than Burials. But they got 4 music videos out of it. I can't believe that the Blood Album is turning 10 in a few months. Right? Wait, no, 9. It's turning 9. It came out in 2017. Yeah, 2016 is when the singles were coming out. Okay. Still, very close to 10. This feels like this just came out, like, 2 years ago. And it's actually been 9. That's so insane. Alright, we've zoomed out a little bit. Oh, we're still zooming in occasionally. Okay. I guess that's why they could do so many music videos, because this one's pretty low budget, I imagine. How long do you reckon this took them to film? 3 of the 4 band members just standing. And then Davey singing.
Like 2 hours tops.
I wonder how many takes they had. Like, okay, just stand there and blink. Or now turn to the left and do some more blinking. Like... Alright. Nice little shot of all 4 of them at the end there. And then the 4th music video from this era is the coolest one, in my opinion, because it actually has, like, plot and is referencing, like, a certain era of film. And that is for Hidden Knives, which is not a well-known song. Oh, the aspect ratio has changed yet again. We're square again. She's with us. 336 Mulholland Drive! You motherfucker! That was a Lynch reference all the way back then. I didn't know that until just now. Because I've seen Mulholland Drive now. Fuck. Of course, it's always been Lynch references all the way down. The 336 is an AFI reference. That's a self-reference. But I didn't know about the Lynch reference. We've got a house party again. The band's in tuxes. He is not. Little bit of a different vibe than Beautiful Thieves here. There is the dark-haired mystery lady. She has caught his eye. He must chase. This is PG. This is fine. Oopsie, he got tied up. Trapped. The fucking guillotine with the red dropping down. I love it. Wow, the band is there and they're just like, we're gonna let Davey die. This is revenge for him killing them in the other videos. So what's that? That's 2 videos that Davey died and the band lived. That's 2 videos that, or what, let's see. 1 video that the band died and Davey didn't. Although, I don't really know the status of them after the Medicaid video. But that's the most fun video from that era, in my opinion. And then, after Blood Album, we do have a music video from an EP. So in 2018, they did the Missing Man EP. It was their first EP in a long time. I don't think it's cool to pull a Pit in the Pendulum at a house party. Yeah, that's fair. So this was a random music video to get. How many views does this have? Wow, only 284K, huh? That's not a lot. The band is trapped in the television this time. We got some people who were hired to paint the joint and they're very bad at their job. Like, did nobody bring a paint roller? Like, come on. 1 star on Yelp for them, yeah. It's just so inefficient, so slow, so messy. Hey, get back on task. You have a job to do. You can't just start rubbing paint on each other sensually. Oh shit. Somehow they did their job. Somehow they unlocked the cheat code to finish their job faster. The guy's just on the ground having an existential crisis. Good dog, good dog, good dog. Well, I may not have liked their methods, but they sure got the job done. Oh shit, never mind. They opened up a sinkhole and we lost the TV that AFI was trapped in. Shit.
Ah, shit.
Ah, fuck, not again. Alright, and that brings us to AFI's 11th album, Bodies, which is from 2021. It was supposed to come out in 2020, but we all know what happened in 2020. What was the first single? Was that no, okay, it was the first one to get a music video, I think, was Looking Tragic. I think it was Looking Tragic and Dulceria were the two music videos from this. There was a lot of visualizers during this era, and they had a lot of singles. Like, literally, like, I think 8 out of the 11 songs were released as singles before the album came out. So it was a weird release, but keep in mind that these videos had to be filmed with like COVID regulations in mind, so that's why we have the band all like in their own separate shots. And also very, very low budget. What you gonna do about it, pink microphone? Maybe this was high budget. Maybe tinsel's expensive. I don't know. I don't know if COVID shutdowns made tinsel very expensive. I do love the tinsel just whipping him in the face this entire video. There it goes. I love the gender equality. What a total mess. I'll take her. What a total mess. I'll take him. What a total mess. I'll take them. Thank you, Davey. Davey catching them all like Pokemon. He would never. No, he would not. He probably disapproves of Pokemon. Also, we can't be using the gotta catch them all now that fucking FBI's ruined it. He's dead, sort of. Is he dead at the end here? Does that count as a dead Davey at the end of a music video? I mean, he's collapsed. With not confetti, with tinsel everywhere. Okay, alright. One of my favorite songs. I fucking love this video. There is nothing in this video except superimposed images and fog and a bouquet of flowers, but I fucking love it anyway. I fucking adore this song. You're taking it back, fair enough. Yeah, he recreated the music video and Hunter loved it. I fucking love that for him. I really hope that Ethan comes back and tears apart some of the bass in the new album, because it could use it. It could use some more spotlight than it already has, I guess. I want to see it broken down. Baby's like, hey, I picked these flowers. He's just pulling them out of thin air. 5 flowers even, oh ho ho. I understood that reference. Some more Art of Drowning, because I want more Rocksmith bass tracks. Are you gonna learn Sacrifice Theory? Are you gonna do it? The easiest song on bass. Thank you for providing a place for me to say things like that. Thank you for saying things like that here. I love Adam with the sunglasses indoors hair. Like, this scene is so dark and he's like, I'm cool. I'm gonna wear sunglasses. I think Jade might be wearing sunglasses too. Yes, he's also wearing sunglasses. I love that for them. They are all are of Davy. Yeah, Davy's just over here being a hand and flower model. Oh, I love this part. Hunter looking like a drug dealer from Miami Vice. Some shots, it really is just Davy's floating head and then hands. And I love that. So many Davies. He just keeps multiplying. Welcome back, Shy. I'm sorry, your laptop's being rude. So yeah, when that song came out, when this music video came out in particular, I've told this story before, I was in a very bad place mentally. I was like really going through one of the worst things I've ever gone through, and this album, this string of songs releasing, like truly got me through some rough shit. So I'm like particularly obsessed with this era of AFI. And Dulceria in particular. I'm usually not the kind of person to listen to one song over and over and over. The usual exception is when it has just released for the first time. But I think I put the Dulceria music video on repeat for like 5 hours one time. I don't know. Sometimes you need stuff like that to get you through shit, and it got me through shit. And now, oh, there's one more music video for. I forgot. I almost forgot about Tied to a Tree. Fuck. I was about to rush right to Behind the Clock. I am happy to report that the new AFI videos are performing better than the ones that have been out for the past 4 years. I mean, Bodies it's a shame that people didn't really give Bodies a chance, but I'm glad that the new album seems to be faring better already. Yeah, well, one of the problems with the Bodies music videos is that they're on the Rise Records channel as opposed to AFI's channel. I think that's a big part of it, but yeah, this is 280k views on this one. Not that Tied to a Tree was ever going to be a hit, but this is a, like, emotionally poignant music video for them. For a, you know, kind of strange, not commercially viable song. The guitar bit here reminds me a little bit of Fainting Spells. I really hope we get a third music video for the new album. You think we will because the interest is really there? I'm so happy for that. I'm, like, just so glad to see people being a lot more receptive. Yeah, I was seeing a lot of the reaction videos. Because they really caught the attention of the goth community with how explicitly goth the new record is. Like, they're not calling it goth, but they are mentioning all the, you know, references to the inspirations. And basically everyone who reviews the album is like, this is 80s goth, so, like, you know, it essentially fits the bill. It is really interesting that they went with this song for a single. This is definitely not a record label's choice. This is definitely, they probably fought for this. Because they liked this song and they wanted, you know, it was important enough to them to make a video for. There were stories from filming this video that, like, multiple people had to, like, leave the room sobbing while they made this video. And we get a little Davy cry there. So sad. I like his outfit. Like, this video is so, like, sad and emotional, and then I'm just like, oh, look at his cute little outfit. Look at his little shorts. There's a deep hunger for 80s goth right now, as there fucking should be. Thank fuck for that.
Absolutely, please.
I've put my musical obsessions into the right basket if people are leaning more heavily into the 80s goth. Fuck yeah.
80s goth, you mean the best aesthetic?
Yeah. Oh, see, I typed in behind the clock and it actually auto-filled with reaction. That's wild. So yeah, the behind the clock has 564,000 views right now. What about Holy Visions? Does it come up yet? No. Algorithms, get your shit together. Holy Visions should come up when you search behind the clock. But we are here to today. Now I've played these on stream before, but fuck it, we're doing it again.
Yeah.
Because this is the current obsession. These are the current brainworms. You will not hear me stop playing this album. Once this album is out, it's over for everybody.
This album is keeping my brainworms busy until I get new Ice Nine kills. Then it's over for everybody.
My one problem is that it's too short. It's only 35 minutes long. 10 tracks is just a little too little. Unless they give us like an EP or if they give us at least one bonus track, but by the way, fun fact, this video was directed by Danny Trejo, or yeah, is that no? Danny Trejo, is that his name?
I mean, that's someone's name.
I couldn't remember if that was the father's name or the son's name. I was saying it was coming out of my mouth, and I was like, do you know the guy who played Machete?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Danny Trejo?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is directed by his son.
Okay.
I started saying it, I was like, wait, is the son's name Danny or is the father's name Danny? I confused myself. I hurt myself in confusion.
I just like, is that his name? Not sure.
It's someone's name.
It depends on if that's who you're talking about.
Fair enough. I failed my fun fact. I'm sorry, I let y'all down.
I don't know, that was a pretty fun exchange.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Virgil. Welcome in.
Virgil! Wifey!
I love those couple flashes of the imagery from the next music video that hasn't even come out at the time of this one coming out. See, that's why I'm kind of nervous that there's not going to be a third one, because like the first and second ones were like done together, it feels. But I do really hope we get a third one down the line. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I need to repaint my whole stream overlay and all my avatars to be Silver Bleeds the Black Sun colored.
Yeah.
With the dark purple and the light pink. I just like, I need to code it all. Alright, one more music video and then y'all are free of the music videos, I promise. We'll see if I have energy for anything else, but let us round it out with my current obsession. 269,000 views in 2 weeks? That's as many views as all of Tied to a Tree had in a 4-year span. 4.5-year span.
I love Holy Vision so much.
know, I'm so fucking obsessed with this. Holy visions.
Wait, did I?
Jade has been pandering to me lately by replacing the words in holy visions with other 4-syllable phrases. But I started doing it too, but now she's been doing it even more at me.
It's so funny.
And I can't wait for the album to be officially announced, because then or officially out, because then she'll be able to do even more pandering references.
I love pandering to you.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the bisexual lighting
Yes.
in this video. During during bi visibility month too.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the contrast with the first video being in basically black and white, a little bit of blue, mostly black and white, and then this one's just like blast your eyes with the pinks and blues.
I feel so seen. Thank you so much, Davey.
Take a bet now. How many people are going to wear cheap rosary beads to the AFI show? Because I can. I have some cheap goth rosaries. Davey Havoc, providing a safe space for queer kids since the mid-90s. Yup. Davey Havoc, changing gender and sexual identities since the 90s. Ugh, I love the guitar, I love the bass, I love the just beat. Just want to go to the goth club and shake my ass to the song.
Yes.
Alright, we did it, guys. We watched every AFI music video. And it only took 4 hours. Me being like, oh, we're gonna watch all the music videos. It'll take like an hour. Me forgetting about the yap. Me forgetting about the tangents. So silly. So yeah, that's where we're at now, and in exactly a week we will have the rest of the album, and as I said, I will not spoil it, but it's fucking amazing. There's not much for me to spoil because I don't remember any of like the hooks. I don't remember any of the choruses. I don't know the lyrics, but I've heard them once, and holy fuck.
I know there are a couple songs like I've just seen the titles of. I'm like, those sound interesting.
I just have to say the last one like knocked me off my socks, out of my boots, out of all 4 of my boots.
That's one of the ones I really want to listen to.
Yeah.
This content is not available. No.
You know, I'm sure some people like illicitly recorded it today, and like our record store was like so casual about being like, you can film just like no audio because like it's not out yet. But also there were only like 10 people there for the listen party, so. Which I was a little surprised. I mean, I've never been to a listen party before, like an early album listen party, and I know that it happening at 5 p.m. on a Thursday night probably didn't do it any favors. But I was still expecting just a teensy bit more, like at least like twice the turnout that it actually was. But it's fine because I didn't want to be in a crowded store with a bunch of people anyway. But I assume the one at Amoeba in LA with the boys was nuts. I'm not sure, because the way that people talked about it, they were kind of, like, in and out. Like, someone went there for the signing, and they said they only heard 2 songs, so I guess some people, like, literally only went there to get the signature and then left. And the signature, the autograph had, like, a lot of stipulations. Like, they weren't doing any personalization, they weren't doing any photos, they were only signing the sleeves for the album. So those people, they have the sleeve autographed and they have to come back to the store next week to get the record. But it sounds like they kind of like moseyed them along. But at least one person said like the band was nice, like, you know, they exchanged pleasantries, but it sounds like they kind of like wanted to keep everything moving along. Which is fair, because certain AFI fans can be a certain way with making Davey Havoc feel unsafe, so I understand why they are so strict and don't do a lot of signing events anymore, because shit was crazy back in the day from what I've heard, which is part of why I'm so grateful that I met him when I did at a non-AFI event, so there was only a couple of us crazies there, and I was normal. I think I was normal. I think for, like, a 16-year-old, I handled it okay. Look, the blood vial was just an offer. I didn't say he had to take it. That was you!
Oh, shit. No!
Oh my god. But, and now I get to scamper off and go listen to the rest of that podcast episode. I still got, like, an hour and, like, 20 minutes left to listen to that.
Why is the vial shaped like my head? Why would it not?
You know, I heard that originally Holy Visions was called Vial of Blood. Vial of Blood!
Further proof that
blood,
it is
shaped
a
like my head.
vampire song. Because that whole song screams vampire.
Yes. It's not the first time he's made a vampire-coded song, and not the last. I am glad that you had fun with me here. Caduceus, for you especially, because you've been in the fandom longer than me, actually. So we get to teach each other things along the way, which I appreciate. And Nisa, thank you for joining my new victim. And now I have at least one person to do the midnight listen party with, because I'm so insane. I have to do 2 different listen parties for this. And that's not even counting whatever art streams I do after the album comes out, or I just put it on, because I'm like, I need to listen to this again.
Be that album on repeat while you're doing art.
Exactly. I really hope that I find inspiration to make some kind of, like, fan art piece. It just hasn't, like, fully come to me yet. I was like half baking something in my head, but I don't know yet. But I wanted to kind of wait until we had more of the songs, more of the lyrics. But at the very least, I have that new design, well, not like new design, it's just like an updated outfit with a slightly different color palette, that I want to make myself a new PNG tuber model that's like actually rigged in PNG Tube Remix, because I don't have one for myself. I've been making them for people all year long, and I don't have one for myself currently. So I should probably fix that, and that way I can, like, put different outfits, because that's, like, the one thing I watch, like Glow, or anybody with a 3D model, and how easy it is for them to do different outfits. I'm like, I want that. To the tune of Holy Visions listen party! Thank you, you understand.
Listen party!
Oh shit, look who's live. Okay, well, I hope she's going still.
Are we going?
Do
you think we're going? Or do we think...
yeah.
Is it a certain water buffalo? Or...
No, this is a certain goblin that I never get to wait a minute, fuck, she's raiding me!
Oh no.
I'm in her chat and I see that she's about to raid me. Oh my god. Okay, well we're gonna sit for a moment.
Raid Raid train?
We almost just did a raid swap,
Keeps
just like I did with Stevie the other week. I was gonna send you over to Goji and be like, oh, teehee, you can see the PNG tuber model I made her. For her. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna raid myself, because I'm in her chat now. What amazing timing. Hi, Zero. Oh my goodness, it's a Goji raid! Goji, do you know I was just about to raid your ass? I was literally, I had your stream open on my phone. I'm like, ooh, I never get to raid Goji. And then I see the raiding trash bat Char appear. We were so close to raiding each other, which I did to somebody like last week. So that's so fucking funny and almost happened again. Yeah, I was like, oh my god, I never see Goji on my Go Live at this time. Like, you were quicker on the draw. Well, welcome in, Raiders. If anybody slipped in here who has never been here before, my name is Trashbat Char. My pronouns are they, them. I'm usually an art streamer, but tonight I've been rambling about my favorite band for 4 hours straight. Let's see, do I have a screenshot? There we go. Good enough. We watched every AFI music video as well as a couple extra videos here and there. And I rambled about the band. Because earlier today, I got to go to an early album listen party and I listened to their new record that comes out next week. So that is bouncing around in my head violently for the next week, and I needed to yell about the band for a little bit. Yeah, the AFI, and yeah, I was dropping lore left and right. You think you're gonna do late night Thursday streams? Ooh, okay. I'm keeping this in mind.
Hell
I often
yeah.
stream on Thursdays for art, so... Alright, I got you. Maybe I'll catch you next time. But, Goji, thank you so much for the raid. We are gonna keep the raid train rolling, because I've been talking for 4 hours straight, and I need to go chill a little bit. But
if you're up for raid targets, I do have one.
Let me see. Were you gonna say Vivi?
I was gonna say Fizzbones, actually. You know, the one art streamer?
Yeah, I actually raided
set it up.
Fizzbones a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh, they finished their new PNG tuber?
Yeah, and for birthday. Or late birthday.
Cool. They have been, like, exploding. Like, I have only followed them for a couple weeks, and they've gotten, like, a lot of followers in that time. It's really cool.
I love chilling in their art streams.
Oh, that's not the correct command. That's not how you spell raid. Okay, yeah, I really like their vibe. I like having late night art streamers to raid into. So I really appreciate finding like some Aussie tubers. I love the aesthetic. I love the design. So yeah, I'd be more than happy to raid them. I guess it's birthday celebration, so if you'd rather put a happy birthday message for Fizz, feel free to.
Bats and flying and birthday hats are flying out of the trash to raid you.
Yeah, something like that. Wearing birthday hats. Okay. I put it in for there we go. There's the updated raid message.
You're welcome.
Wait, I should put happy birthday at the end of that. Happy birthday. There we go. Okay, final draft. We got it out in time. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and letting me ramble about literally one of my favorite things on this goddamn planet. And I'm not sorry about how obnoxious I'm gonna be in the next couple weeks, because I'm really excited.
And you shouldn't be.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about the album, we're gonna listen to the album, and then you're gonna have to deal with me after I see them live in concert in a few weeks, which is gonna be my, I think, 11th time seeing AFI live. It was fun. I liked learning about this AFI band you've spoken about. Yeah, you should check them out sometime, Caduceus. I think you might find something you like. But I love you all. Have a great night. I will hopefully see you very soon. Hopefully art stream tomorrow, maybe? Question mark. Okay, we're going. Bye. Scree!
Free.